Computer industry booms as consoles slump. Nintendo announces the Ultra 64. And the internet gets scary. These stories and many, many more on this episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine.
I've been waiting a long time for a chance to say this. Stop the presses.
Requiescat in pace.
Makes him crazy, man.
What is a man?
It's me, Mario.
What a mess.
Get over here!
Please save me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine, the show where we travel back in time to find out what was making headlines in the home computer and video game industries of yesteryear. I'm your host, Carl, and I'm joined again by everybody's favorite co-host, Alex.
Happy to be here, Carl.
Excellent. So, before we turn on the time machine and head back 30 years to August of 1994, it's time for the obligatory podcast banter. So, how have you been?
I've been okay. Took the plunge on virtual reality, Carl.
Oh, no. What did you buy?
Bought myself a MetaQuest 3 because I wanted to play the Arkham Shadow. I'm a big Arkhamverse fan, big Batman fan, and waited long enough to make sure that it was actually going to be good. And turns out it's fantastic, so took the plunge.
Oh, nice. And now, this is still the one that requires a beefy PC to generate the imagery, right?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, this one is just the headset. Standalone. Yep.
How much did that set you back?
About 550, a little under 550. Arkham Shadow was packed in. It's a pack in through April, so didn't have to spend more on the game I wanted to play.
Interesting. Well, hold on to that number in your head for VR prices. That might come up again in a story later today in this episode.
Indeed.
But it's actually interesting because it's exactly okay. I'm not going to get ahead of ourselves. I'm not going to get ahead of ourselves. No spoilers. Carl. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I have not made the plunge. In fact, I did actually purchase some computer equipment just this afternoon. I spent $28 so I can finally build my bread bin C64. So, yes, I have an old tablet and I'm going to buy an actual bread bin and deck it out to look like a C64 and then add a keyboard and some joypads, and that's going to be my daughter's first computer. Aww. So, yeah, it's, I already have it set up, with the emulators on there, and I put an open office on there and made sure that it has no internet connectivity. And
but the big question is, Carl, can it run Doom?
I've already tested Doom 2 for the GBA on it, and it can play it, in fact. Although, being an early GBA game, it has, I had forgotten that this was a problem in early GBA titles because the original GBA didn't have a backlight. Right. So a lot of the games were set up to have these really, really light color palettes.
Makes sense.
And I'm playing it going, who turned on the lights in Doom? It's like,
oh dear. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was pretty bad. But yeah, no, the main thing is I put ScumVM on there, and I picked up the old humongous entertainment games, the Putt-Putts and stuff like that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And so, yeah, and I mean, she's got a ton of that kind of stuff. There's so many good educational programs nowadays on cell phones and stuff. Like, we subscribe to Lingo Kids, and we also have the Edurino, some of the Edurino figures. But I thought, get her used to using a mouse and a keyboard and so forth, especially now that she's starting to write. And we'll see whether or not she looks at this and goes, "Are you out of your goddamn mind, old man?" or not. So it'll be interesting.
Absolutely. I'll be interested to see how this project goes, as I'm sure will our listeners during our future obligatory banters.
Of course. I will link to pictures in later episodes. Now, that being said, we've done the obligatory banter, so we do have a few things to take care of before we turn on the time machine. Remember, everybody, you can support the show by joining the Patreon. We have one new member already this month, so come on, help me out. Unfortunately, and I understand financial times are what they are. $1 a month is all I'm asking in order to help cover those little things called server hosting costs. So right now I'm about $5 under what I need to cover the expenses, and so that my wife doesn't kill me. Come on, help me out. Now, on the other hand, the other thing is, remember that when we're talking about August 1994, we're always using the cover dates of magazines and newspapers, so sometimes the news happened a little bit before that. It's simply a convention. Please don't send me email about that. But about anything else on the show, please send an email to videogameNewsroomTimeMachine@gmail.com or over any of the socials. Links are all in the show notes, and links to all of our sources are also in the show notes, and they are quite extensive. So if you are listening to this on YouTube, and I know there's quite a few of you who are nowadays, YouTube usually cuts them off. It doesn't get them all the way, but the very first link in the link section will go to the Patreon post, which was always free for these episodes, and you'll be able to get the full list of links there. And I'm only mentioning this because I did get an email from somebody asking about this, so I'm repeating it again. Now, with that being said, we do need to do our everybody's favorite segment, the 7 Minutes in Heaven, where our intrepid co-host must play a game that was reviewed in a publication dated August 1994 that they have never played before for 7 minutes. And boy, did we have some humdingers on the list this time. And by humdingers, I actually mean good games this time. We had Donkey Kong for the Super Game Boy, which is absolutely phenomenal. We had Super Metroid. We had Core Design's classic Battle Core for the Mega CD or Sega CD. We had Daytona USA in the arcades, Alien vs. Predator in the arcades. Oh, that game. So good. So
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. Death and Return of Superman, early Blizzard game. Come on. Leisure Suit Larry 6, the CD-ROM version, which gave us the higher res graphics and everything. The Horde for 3DO. I mean, it's one of the few 3DO games that people still talk about. Stunt Race FX, take that with a grain of salt. But you, sir, in your infinite masochistic wisdom, have chosen
Cliffhanger for the Amiga, Carl, because we already took the plunge once. We have to take the plunge again. Cliffhanger, plunge.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
I can't imagine that playing this on the Amiga will be as thrilling as fighting Red Man and then Green Man and then Red Man again. But we'll see what happens.
Oh, come on. It's Psygnosis. They're known for their visual spectacles on the Amiga. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, yeah. Spoiler alert. Everything. So let's go.
Hang on for the thrill of your life. Cliffhanger. Rated R. Starts Friday at a theater near you.
Welcome back, Alex, from your 7 Minutes in Heaven. So, for the uninitiated, how would you describe Cliffhanger for the Amiga?
Well, I would describe it as bad, Carl. I would just describe it as bad. But if you want a little more than that, it is kind of an action platformer game where you are punching animals in the face while trying to jump over obstacles using nothing but a joystick and a single fire button, which works great. Just great.
Oh, you Yankees who just don't appreciate up to jump. I mean, it's just, I don't understand this.
We had that with the Atari VCS, and we quickly realized it was a mistake and moved on, Carl.
I'm not going to say I disagree with the assessment. I'm just like, as someone who grew up on jump is up, there's a nostalgia to it in my heart that I can't get away from. But
that's called Stockholm Syndrome, Carl. That feeling of nostalgia is Stockholm Syndrome.
So very, very true, sadly. Okay, so now, before we get to the comparisons with the other version of Cliffhanger that we've already had you play, and we do not need to recall anything about the actual movie, just suffice it to say it's Stallone in mountains.
And John Lithgow, shout out to,
definitely,
to a great actor in a horrible vehicle.
Yes. Harry and the Hendersons, this is not. So, okay, so you're moving from left to right. Now, is this a graphical tour de force as we expect Psygnosis to deliver on the Amiga?
No, it's really bad. I mean, the graphics themselves, like just the imagery, is fine. It's very mid. You know, it's not the best you can get on the Amiga. It's mid, but it's not terrible per se. But I'm getting there.
To differ,
but okay. The animation and the rendering of the main character are absolutely terrible. Like, Sly is not looking great, and his animations, they don't know what to do with his arms, and so they just have him do the most ridiculous thing with his arms at all times. So yeah, that part of it is really bad. Like, the background imagery is just kind of mid. It's not great, but it's not absolute garbage. And the only enemies I ever saw were eagles and coyotes and clumps of snow. And they were fine. Not great, but fine. But Stallone, the main thing you're hanging this whole thing on, is just terrible. The animation is laughable.
Yeah, I believe in the video version you compared it to what you'd expect Homer Simpson to be doing.
Indeed. He kind of had a Homer strut going on, what I think of as a Homer strut. I mean, that may just be me, but it didn't feel like an action hero, that's for sure.
And there was also, I mean, it looks like he's got breasts.
Actually,
that
you know
are
what
just
it really,
ginormous.
You know what it really looked like? What I really should have said? It looked like the opening to Ghostbusters, not the movie, but the animated show, the real Ghostbusters, where the ghost is walking down the sidewalk.
You're right.
That's what it really looked like.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even make that comparison, but yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Oh, it's so bad. If we haven't given you listeners the impression yet that this is terrible, it's terrible.
It's really bad. And, you know, I can't choose between them, Carl. You know, never make a father pick between his least favorite sons, because I know that's your question. Yeah, the other version we played is bad too, but at least I was fighting Mr. Green and Mr. Red all the time instead of punching eagles in the face. And I didn't have janky jumping going on. I mean, so there's that. But, you know, they're both repetitive schlock. So, I mean, yeah, just why? Why did this movie need to be a video game on any platform? Because
Stallone?
Yeah, I know. I remember the movie was a big deal at the time. I mean, in terms of it was marketed up the wazoo. I don't mean it was a big deal like people cared, but it was a big deal in terms of getting lots of marketing. So
let's face it, Sony had just purchased this studio, and why not have them make video games out of all of your films?
That's right.
I mean, they did. I think it's all within the same year. We get Cliffhanger, Last Action Hero, and Bram Stoker's Dracula. And yeah, there's not really a strong one in the bunch. I mean,
Hook's in there too somewhere, right? Wasn't Hook them?
Yeah, but Ocean had the rights to Hook.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, and they made actually fairly decent games out of that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a point-and-click adventure game for the 16-bit systems and a platform jump-and-run for the 8-bit systems.
Uh-huh.
And then, of course, I think... who had the rights for the console ports? I don't think it was Ocean. I think it was Capcom, maybe? That had the Sega Genesis and... no, Sony ImageSoft and...
Yeah, I thought
Sony ImageSoft.
Yeah, I thought ImageSoft did at least one Hook game. Yeah.
Yeah, they had the console versions, whereas Ocean had the home computer rights. So this tells you everything you need to know about how connected I was with console gaming at the time.
Dream team lineup there of classic film adaptations.
Yeah, movies that did so well.
And people wonder why everyone was so skeptical that Sony was going to put out a video game system and it was going to be awesome.
Yeah. No duh. No duh indeed. Very, very, yeah. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. When I saw what had become of Psygnosis, I was like, oh, these guys have lost their way. I mean, there's this and Microcosm. Oh, this is going to be terrible.
Yeah.
And of course, we all learned we learned a valuable lesson. But that's another issue entirely that we will get to when the PlayStation finally comes out.
Indeed.
So, would you recommend this to anybody? No. You've said that already. No.
I did say that already. No, let's the Cliffhanger Transmedia franchise can go jump off a cliff as far as I'm concerned.
Very cool. Okay, well then, in that case, it's time to check in with our good friend Ethan to find out what we got wrong in our two-part July of 1994 jump. Before we can turn on the time machine, we do have to check in with our good friend Ethan for a little segment we call the Department of Corrections.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
the Department of Corrections.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1. You may start the conversation now.
Welcome back, Ethan. So, before...
Carl,
Yes.
you said last time that you were going to do something unexpected for the people.
Unexpected? You mean, like goof up the intro to the segment? Did that count? Yay! Woohoo! I goofed up the intro to the segment.
Check that one off the old to-do list.
Exactly.
Hello, Alex. You're also here in the Department of Corrections for July 1994.
Indeed. You apparently can't keep me away anymore.
Yeah, he has the extra key, and we can't find a way to get it off of him.
And we're too cheap to buy a new lock. So, okay, Ethan, lay it on us. What did we get wrong in our July 1994 jump?
Well, before we begin on to that, we have the Alex comment. As sometimes usual, sometimes I just forget. But Alex, you were talking about how there's not, like, the people who are relevant in the video game industry now. This had something to do with, I know Myst was involved in this discussion. This is a long time ago. We're recording this quite a bit later, folks. So if context gets lost, just accept that. You were saying that they're like, in terms of people who are relevant in the industry now, they were really starting to get their notoriety in the end of the 90s here. But I know at least one of those people that you mentioned was John Romero, who hasn't done anything that in like big time stuff since, Ion Storm. So I don't think he really counts. If you're going to count him, you count Richard Garriott, who just did a Kickstarter thing.
But Ethan, he made me his bitch.
Oh, boy.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Generally, the people who are the experience of the industry tends to be in people who have somehow managed to carve out a way in management, like Graham Bayliss, if you want to listen to those interviews.
Exactly. I mean, now that is a guy who literally has a career that just will never seem to end. It just keeps going. And if you haven't listened to the final segment yet, it's because you're not a Patreon patron. But that'll be coming out pretty soon, too.
But in general, careers just don't last that long in the industry for a variety of reasons, which Carl's interviews will go into. And if you look at any other interviews with some of these people from the old days, you'll see why.
Yeah, I mean, there's always reasons for it. And as with any creative area, staying on the cutting edge and being able to actually adapt to new technology and new times is a tough act. I mean, it's just difficult.
Which is just one more piece of evidence that Mark Cherney is one of the smartest geniuses who ever lived.
I ain't denying that. It's pretty good.
Yeah. That's an interview I'd love to fucking get. Oh, pardon my language.
Already bring profanity here to the Department of Corrections. But we will continue on to July 1994. And speaking of the cutting edge, Carl, you will be sitting on the throne of knives today.
Okay, cut me, Mickey, cut me.
All right, into it we go. First off, you were talking about the Jim Henson Company, and you said it had been purchased by Disney. But even now, the Jim Henson Company is not part of Disney. The Muppet rights were sold to Disney in 2004, but the Jim Henson Company remains an independent entity.
This is true. Now, I believe at the time the discussion was the sale of the Jim Henson Company, not just the Muppet rights. But yeah, that deal collapsed, right. And then what did get sold were the rights to the Muppets.
I believe in Defunct Land's video where he talks about the Muppet takeover of Disney, he goes a little more into those negotiations if you want a nice little place to go to learn a bit more about that.
Oh, yeah, that entire series on the history of Jim Henson that Defunctland did is absolutely brilliant. Oh, my God.
I'd never seen the funeral footage before, and I was like, oh, man, this is getting to me.
Yeah. Okay, yes, links in the show notes.
Yes. Then you were discussing a bit about, there wasn't really that much risque material that was on consoles at the time. But I do have to bring up that Voyeur was often brought up in the same discussions as stuff like Night Trap and the other games that were causing controversy.
This is true. Yeah, Voyeur does get mentioned a few times, but since it was on CDI, nobody cared.
Enough to bring it up. Then to worldwide connection stuff. So this is a slightly complicated thing. The information superhighway is not the World Wide Web. These terms got kind of mushed together, but when especially Bill Gates was talking about the information superhighway, what he was talking about was like a connected series of set-top boxes to the computer or to the television, not to websites and what we identify as the World Wide Web.
Yeah. So he was talking about a series of tubes is what I'm hearing.
Oh, You got get in on that one.
Yeah, and information superhighway, nobody quite knew what form it was going to take. It was just about somehow data is going to come into your house. And we've got a very interesting story about that in today's episode. So, yes.
And if you want to know a bit more about that, the Internet History Podcast did a good breakdown on what Microsoft's initial strategy was versus when they finally acquiesced to Internet Explorer, which was just built on top of Mosaic, which is a whole other thing. I don't know. Are you covering the browser stuff? I can't even remember, Carl.
We covered it back when we were still doing 20-year jumps. We did quite a bit of browser stuff. We have talked about Mosaic going public. It was actually a headline last year. And we will be going back to it at some point when Chicago launches. That's when we're going to really be talking about it. I keep reading up on InfoWorld magazine usually doesn't make the headlines, but yeah, they keep talking about, the internet connectivity options that will be built into Chicago, aka Windows 95, but browser itself hasn't been discussed.
Right. Next, you had a couple things on Bandai and their relationship with video games. Bandai did import the Intellivision back in the day, and their custom computer back in 1983, when everybody was making a computer in Japan, was called the RX-78. And in fact, Gaming Alexandria preserved every game for the RX-78.
All 5 of them? No, just kidding.
I mean, it's like 12.
You were close.
But yeah, you could put that in the show notes as well.
Will do.
Then as to the, you were noting with the Sega Saturn, the fact that the development kits are just going out and, the launch is right around the corner. And it appears that Saturn development in particular had very, very tight deadlines, not just within Sega. And this is really demonstrated if you look at Pandemonium, who is a great YouTube guy who covers Sega Saturn games chronologically. He looks at what in Sega Saturn magazine, especially, they would say how done is the game, and you would be able to track month by month how close it was to completion, and then it's just just suddenly mad dash and then it's out. So it seems like Saturn development, even more than PlayStation development, was down to the wire of what they could put in.
Well, we actually have a story today about that, and we will see that yes, in August 1994, they have finally decided that maybe we do need development kits. So yeah, that's going to be a major story in today's episode. And yes, if you ever played a Saturn on launch day, my God, those games did not feel finished.
Yeah, I mean, part of that was, the moved up launch.
And the fact that the games weren't supposed to be 3D to start with. But that's another issue entirely.
Ah, boy. Yeah, you should definitely get David Warhol on here sometime. Talk Bug. The infamous Bug.
Oh, yeah. That I only played that for 2 minutes once. Oh, yeah. That was a rough one.
And speaking of CD development, you were talking about how, any CD plant in the world can make PlayStation games, but Carl, those are proprietary discs.
Oh, okay. So they were coming. Now, how many sites did they have for manufacturing?
I imagine a good amount, but you couldn't go independent. Sony still had a lock on manufacturing PlayStation games.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, still, they could outsource it to any CD reproducer, and they were going to be able to do it. It was more of a licensing thing, not a technology thing.
I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the specifics, but my impression is that it had to be a Sony manufacturing plant.
Yeah, well, from a licensing standpoint, but my point was, from a technology standpoint, there wasn't really. It's not like you had to be able to make the specific lockout chips like in an NES cartridge.
But what it did have, like the CDs, you know, if you ever looked on the bottom of a PlayStation CD, it's got a black bottom.
Yeah.
And that is part of the manufacturing process. So it is a type of lockout.
Yeah. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that making those CDs would not, or making a change to the manufacturing process probably wasn't that much more difficult. It would be interesting, though, to find out from somebody what the actual technical aspects of that black coating were in order to understand how difficult it would have been to manufacture black-coated PlayStation CDs.
Yep, so we'll leave that one in the air for now. Then, speaking about interplay and licensing GURPS, you were trying to remember what the name of the system that eventually shipped with Fallout. It was the Special System, as an acronym.
Okay. Now, the original Fallout still said GURPS on the cover of the box.
Yeah, but it never had, like, the final version that was shipped did not have GURPS.
Gotcha. So Special was the name of the game engine or the rule set?
No, it was
the
rule set, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And, you know, it's very similar to GURPS. Not that there's, like, a big difference between GURPS and D&D fundamentally, but, you know.
Yeah. No, I understand. I hear you.
So I did like that factoid, Alex, when you covered Fallout, that, was it feats that influenced D&D 3? Third edition? Yeah. Yep. So that was a fun little fact.
So that's where we got it from. Excellent.
At least according to what Tim Kaine said that he had been told.
Yes.
I don't believe anyone at TSR has confirmed that.
Yeah. Second
hand. That would be a question for Monty Cook.
Yes. You know, there's like 5 people who were like
No. Monty Cook was second edition. That would be a question.
Monty Cook is third edition. Because he's still the one developing what's the offshoot of third edition, the other games.
Well, he does Cypher, which is the system that I use, but that's not it's not related to that. I mean, there's Pathfinder, but that's not his.
Oh no, sorry. No, you're right. Monty Cook was third edition. That was my bad.
Yeah, and he's also a Pathfinder, isn't he?
No. That's an entirely separate company that was making D&D modules. And they get a lot of designers who make stuff for Pathfinder. But anyways, we're going way off track here.
Yeah.
In the Department of Corrections. Next up, another connection-based correction. You were speaking about the X-Band, and I do highly recommend Wrestling with Gaming's X-Band video, where he got all of the major developers to talk about how they put that together.
Oh, I'll definitely put a link to that in the show notes. Yes.
Then you were talking about Game Informer, and you were saying it was one of the last publications of video games out there, but I have to clarify, one of the last print publications of video games.
Yeah. Sorry. When I say publication, I always mean print, and I should specify that because websites don't count.
Okay, yeah, this is the guy who did webcomics for who knows how
exactly, and I never called them real comics for a reason.
Then finally, Steam, I believe Alex said it launched in 2005, but it was in 2003 that Steam first launched to the public.
I think 2005 was when they started accepting outside products,
but
as
Half-Life,
a storefront. Yeah,
but I know that. Okay, I get that. Well, there was the exception. I know at least of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, because that launched on the same day as Half-Life 2.
Yeah, I can't. It's been too long. I don't know exactly what I said at that time either. But what I would have been referring to, and whether I said it correctly or not, I don't know, is the 2005 is when they opened up the platform for sale of third-party developed games.
Okay, that clears that up. Okay, is that it?
That will be all for July 1994. You can leave your seat of 1,000 cuts and continue on with August 1994, where I will see you again in the Department of Corrections.
Ethan, as always, thank you for your service.
Bye.
$4 billion a year breakthrough computer graphics.
Information superhighway.
Welcome back to August of 1994. Alex, what's our first headline?
Well, Carl, it appears Canada to get their own ratings.
Oh yes, the Canadian Interactive Digital Software Association announced that it will develop a national rating system for video games and interactive software products to provide consumers with information regarding the content and age appropriateness of digital software products. The group will work closely with its U.S. counterpart, but says the rating system ultimately chosen will be tailored to the uniqueness of the Canadian situation. The association was formed in May and includes representatives from Sega of Canada, Nintendo of Canada Limited, Acclaim Entertainment Canada Limited, Fidelity Electronics, Beamscope Canada Incorporated, and Playmates Interactive Entertainment.
What's the uniqueness of the Canadian situation? Can you not depict the chopping down of maple trees or inappropriate uses of maple syrup?
Maybe it's just they're not a 51st state. I don't know. No, okay.
I mean, that's so unfair, Carl. Yeah. That's so unfair. I mean, we could carve at least 3 states out of Canada, if not more.
True. No, yeah. As far as I can tell, this initiative doesn't last for very long. It almost immediately gets replaced with the ESRB system. But it's an interesting headline of how the international outrage over violence in video games is really taking hold, and there's this real threat that individual governments are going to get involved. So the industry is really trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of stories. I mean, and I really put this at the front of the headlines because we're not going to be talking that much about the violence in video games individually because there's not a lot of news. We've talked about it so much over the last few months. But this was very emblematic of a bunch of international stories that I did find of different countries trying to tackle or at least discuss this issue. So, it's the industry is trying to figure out what their response is going to be. And this is just one example of many that we didn't have to go into all the details for just to discuss.
Absolutely. And, it's probably a smart move on their part. They certainly wouldn't want the United States to blame Canada for any risque content. We know where that road leads.
Exactly. And I mean, this idea of, we're not going to impose the standards of others. That would also avoid certain political problems, at least at this early stage. And then you can always be like, hey, the Americans are doing this, would you guys be okay with it? Okay, good. Type of thing.
Indeed. But it is not just national governments that are looking towards these kind of measures. It's state governments as well, as California presses forward with video game violence bill.
Even though Lieberman and co. seem to be appeased by the NSRP's proposed rating scheme for games, California Bill 135 would create a video game rating administration in the state, allowing local officials to rate games, finance the rating with a tax of 50 cents per game and $100 per arcade cabinet. California is also considering Bill 126, which would require retailers to keep games with a quote, mature rating, end quote, behind the counter, while Bill 3827 would allow victims of violent crimes to sue retailers who sold or rented games if it was determined that the content inspired the crime.
Yeah, that is a bit harsh there, Carl. They really want to stick it to those mature games in California.
Yeah, I mean, now granted, the idea of keeping the games behind the counter, this is exactly the same model as Germany has. And that is, something that gets discussed considerably in the German magazines this month, simply due to the fact that Doom 2 is being announced, and we'll talk about that a little bit later today. And, they're not allowed to mention Doom even in the magazines. One magazine actually calls it WUM. There's a game, we're not going to mention it. Let's just call it WUM. WUMM, and WUM 2 is coming out. It's just crazy ash stuff like this, but you can really see how different governments and especially politicians are starting to figure out, hey, there's some political value in making these kind of laws, and you never know how big this situation's actually going to get.
Well, yeah.
Especially given the fact that we're in the middle of the multimedia buzz.
Absolutely. And as we talked about in our very special episode on the congressional hearings, we're also in a period of time where there's a real panic in society about violent crime, even though the statistics have shown that violent crime has been dropping consistently for a time here. Public perception hasn't caught up with that yet. So I find it very interesting, this thing about suing if it's determined that content inspired a crime. This is still some of that lingering panic over violent crime in American cities that is a big part of this entire debate.
Well, I mean, we talked about it last 30-year jump, that kid in Florida who, stabbed people and stabbed a classmate, and the whole thing was blamed on Mortal Kombat.
Yep.
So, I mean, this is something, I mean, Columbine ain't that far away at this point. I mean, it's a few years out, but it's coming. It's not going to go away anytime soon.
Absolutely. But there are organizations forming out there, as we know, to help the video game industry navigate these rough waters. And in that vein is our next headline: IDSA board selected.
The initial lineup of the Interactive Digital Software Association has been elected. EA Marketing VP Jack Hystond has been elected chairperson, with friend of the show Capcom VP Joe Morici as vice chair, Virgin Interactive Corporate Counsel Felicia Cohen as secretary, and Viacom VP Ed Horowitz as treasurer.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of interesting things you can see just from this list here. Of course, Jack gets the nod because he's the person that was primarily responsible for spearheading all of this happening in the first place, the IDSA and the ESRB. But I noticed that there's an equal balance here between the pure video game companies of yore and the media companies that can have somewhat of a more sillywood vent. I mean, I realize Virgin Interactive has been doing traditional video games as well, but it's interesting the way that they've split this initial board composition up in terms of the type of companies involved.
Oh, definitely. It's it feels very much of the era.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see that they've got their hands full for the next few months. I mean, we already talked about E3 being established and everything else, so they are really going to set a lot of the standards that are still with us to this day.
Absolutely. I know I've said this before, and I'm sure I'll say it again, but this is when I feel we got a video game industry. Before this, you had a coin-op industry, you had a console industry, you had a computer game industry, you had a computer hardware industry. This is when we got a video game industry.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. Absolutely. And speaking of that industry, Mattel takes a second look at games.
Mattel has announced the hiring of Sega executive Douglas Glenn as their senior VP of Business Development and Strategic Planning. Glenn was involved with the launch of the Sega CD and Sega Channel and previously worked at Lucasfilm Games. According to Mattel President Jill Barad, quote, "We want to focus on new ways to grow our business by taking a fresh look at the opportunities involving new technologies, new consumers, and strategic partnerships," end quote. Mattel, of course, soured on games after taking a bath on the Intellivision back in the crash.
Let's just say, Ms. Barad, as soon as you're done making a couple of acquisitions in this space, I have got some lovely oceanfront property in Florida you might want to take a look at as well.
You think this is not going to work out for them? No.
Maybe. But, it's a sign that interactive is becoming something that you can't escape when you're in Associated Industries at this point, because the video game industry isn't even really doing its best right now. Like we've talked about this. This isn't necessarily the best time to be getting into the video game industry, but interactive entertainment and multimedia have become such big buzzwords that nobody can avoid kind of feeling out what an interactive division would look like in this time period.
Oh, that very, very true. And I mean, we've talked about it when last episode, last 30-year episode, we talked about the 7 different consoles being launched at the Toy Fair in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 7 of them. And some of them were pure FMV machines.
Yep.
Some of them are trying to do 3D. Some of them are traditional sprite-based machines. Nobody quite knows what the next few years are going to bring with them, but everybody knows there is a market there. Everybody wants a piece of it. And this is another console transition where it's the time to jump on. If you're going to jump on, do it during the transition.
Absolutely. And speaking of Japan, we have a big story coming out of that country as Square goes public.
Japanese game maker Square will be looking to raise 12 billion yen in its IPO to help service debt and finance new hardware to help it develop games for the upcoming 64-bit generation. They also have a game planned for the second half of 1995 in conjunction with a major publisher and are targeting sales of over 2 million units, according to company president Tetsuo Mitsuno.
Yeah, this is a key moment for Square because they have made the decision, and the reason they need money, they have made the decision that they are going to invest in true next-generation hardware, and I don't mean video game hardware, but I mean silicon graphics workstations and all of the things that you need to produce what was at the time very advanced computer-generated effects and bring a new level of audiovisual sophistication to their products and maybe even expand outside of their traditional product space with that computer-generated content. So they need money if they're going to create some of this content. Cough, Final Fantasy VII, cough, cough.
Well, or Spirits Within, cough, cough. Yuck, yuck.
Yeah. Womp, womp.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing is this is coming from the Jiji press ticker service. So this is a Japanese news service, and they're talking the 64-bit generation. So clearly they're still in the Nintendo camp at this point. They are not thinking about supporting Saturn or PlayStation. As we will see, that will not necessarily hold up. And the game that they're talking about doing together with a major publisher is, of course, Super Mario RPG for the SNES, which is going to have those pre-rendered images that you were talking about.
Absolutely.
So, it is a big deal for them. But again, I think a chunk of this money that they're going to need is also just the massive cost of cartridge inventory, even with the backing of Nintendo. I mean, they're still thinking that they need money for that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'm sure that's part of it. I mean, I'm sure you're not wrong there, but they really did make a big push and a big investment in this time period. There's a book, Oral History of Final Fantasy VII, that goes into a lot of this background. They've decided that they're going to commit to next generation graphics, and that takes a lot of technology and a lot of people. They know they're going to really have to expand their workforce as well to do this. And so I do think that that's where a lot of the need has been identified to go public, because they really go all in a way that I don't think any other Japanese company outside of Sony itself, obviously, really does in this period. And it really shows in the gigantic leap forward they take in their audiovisual presentation, even compared to other Japanese developers. I mean, I'm not making a statement on whether Resident Evil or Final Fantasy VII is a better game. That just depends on what types of games you like to play. But in terms of audiovisual presentation, no one's going to come close to what Square does in this generation in Japan, I don't think, at least not in the first couple of years. And that costs a lot of money.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it is simply a spectacle, and when we get to that game, it's going to eat up the headlines for a very long time.
Absolutely. But, this may not be the best time to be taking these kind of risks in the Japanese video game industry, Carl, as we are also getting reports that Japanese companies playing with fire.
The Nikkei Weekly reports that an increasing number of Japanese companies are turning to derivatives to help them balance their books during Japan's troubled economic times. The 15% increase in the value of the yen since last summer has hit export-heavy companies especially hard, with Sega relying so heavily on risky zero-cost options. The gamble has paid off so far, though, with Sega having suffered almost no currency losses in 1993, but at a cost. Sega holds a 5-board member risk management meeting every Monday to discuss currency strategies for the week and check on ongoing derivative transactions. According to Kazutada Ieda, Sega's director of accounting and finance, quote, derivatives can reduce risks, but they are not really good for our nerves, end quote. Since companies do not have to record any derivative transactions on their balance sheets, the risks from increasingly sophisticated transactions are often hidden, leading to the Japanese government to force the disclosure of some derivative transactions.
I know I've said this before in other jumps, Carl, but I love that you're including all of this stuff in these 90s jumps, because people do think that the Sega story is about, the Saturn and not supporting it right and launching it early and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, nah, I mean, that all happened, but currency killed Sega. It just did.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. And now for those who aren't big into finance and business and law, if you're getting your management team together every Monday morning to figure out your weekly financing strategy, it's because every week is a potential week when your entire company is going to go kablooey. Okay?
Yes.
Every Monday morning, you're like, okay, what are our odds of not going kablooey this week? What are our odds of not going kablooey this week? And this is the problem that they're dealing with. The yen keeps going up because of the financial policies of the Japanese government. They're trying desperately to not devalue the yen in order to avoid a complete meltdown of the real estate market, which has gotten so hot. Tokyo at this point is, I think, the most expensive city in the world, or at least in the top 3. They're trying to avoid that kind of meltdown, and instead of just taking the pain and being done with it, they're allowing the bubble to keep going up. We've talked about this in previous jumps. They're also dealing with a financial and accounting structure, legal structure that is still left over from World War II era Japan, where they had basically changed the rules in such a way to allow for large scale military buildup with virtually no controls. That system is still in place. This is why there's so many things that don't show up on balance sheets. So many companies are still not reporting consolidated earnings. So they have subdivisions of the company, subsidiaries, that are losing tons and tons of money, but it's not showing up for a very long time on the parent company's balance sheets. So all of this is coming to a head. They haven't figured that all out. And at the same time, we have China really taking over this position as the cheap manufacturing hub. Korea is also on the horizon, as we've talked about over the last 12 months in different jumps. And they're just not being able to deal with it. And Sega, unlike Nintendo, is so heavily dependent on Europe and the United States that those currency fluctuations are just killing them. And these derivative zero cost options, I had to look up what zero cost options were. Oh, that's some risky stuff. And they cost money. There's a transaction cost every time you set this up. And so you're basically betting that it'll go up and go down at the same time. It's like betting on both black and red at the same time while you're also putting money down on individual numbers on the roulette table. It's it's always just a question of when is it going to backfire on you.
I'm sure we won't see any headlines about that in Sega's future as we continue through the 90s.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Indeed.
Well, we'll see more about that in this episode.
Indeed. Turning our attention away from pure business news then into some IP news, Acclaim buys Valiant.
Acclaim Entertainment has announced the purchase of Voyager Communications, parent company of Valiant Comics, for $65 million. Valiant will now be a wholly owned subsidiary of Acclaim. Acclaim's first game to use Valiant licenses, such as Magnus Robot Fighter, Exo Manowar, and Bloodshot, will be Turok Dinosaur Hunter for Nintendo's Ultra 64, due in late 1995.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of a larger trend in all of media at this time. I mean, not even just in video games. In this time where there's become a great understanding that IP is going to be the future driver of success by media companies. That's the conclusion that everyone has come to. And Acclaim is a company that has historically been a licensing company. They've done very little original product. They don't have faith in their ability to do original product because their business model is just not based around that. And now that they've lost out on that Williams right of first refusal deal they used to have, which has been one of their prime drivers, they feel like they need to control their own IP destiny. Hence this purchase. They tried for Marvel Comics a few years before this. I think we talked about that in another jump. Got outbid, and so now another comic book company is available, and so they are going all in on Valiant and Turok.
Exactly. And if you want to know more about this, check out my interview with Mr. Fischbach, the co-founder of Acclaim, where we do talk quite a bit about this purchase. And yeah, kind of spoiler at Ultra 64. Yeah, well, we'll see that name show up later in another headline. But yeah, so obviously this is also in the middle of the comic book bubble, which I believe it's deflating already at this point, or maybe it's still going on. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I feel like it peaked around 1993, but I mean, I am not the comic book history expert, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much over at this point. Death of Superman is still sort of going on, but I think we've already got the Return of Superman at this point. So yeah, it's pretty much over. And what they're buying into here are not necessarily the best properties in the world, as the failed Bloodshot movie from last year attests to.
Indeed. Next, we turn our attention to the United Kingdom, where UK video rental market embraces games illegally.
The UK video cassette rental market has seen a considerable dip, but many video stores have supplemented their income with the rental of video games. However, most of the over 5,000 rental locations in the country are doing it illegally. The UK's current system is a company-by-company patchwork with only Accolade allowing unconditional rentals. Sega has allowed only select titles to be rented with an annual flat fee of £440 and an additional fee of £5 per cartridge being due. This plan initially attracted 1,800 licensees, but that number has dropped to just 1,200 in the last 2 years. 800 of which are Blockbuster locations. Nintendo, of course, opposes any and all rental schemes.
Indeed. Obviously rentals always make sense for a lot of reasons for a certain segment of the market, but especially now Europe's in a recession. It's not exactly the best time for people to be trying to buy full-priced video games. And then when you add into that the rental market is experiencing its own slump and needs a new product, you put those two things together, and it's readily apparent why these shops would want to do this and why consumers would be open to it. It's also very easy to see why, in this situation, the video game companies themselves would not be particularly happy.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, if you just pick up some cartridges, put them on the shelf, and start charging people to rent them, but all the video game makers got was the normal retail price of that cartridge, well, that's not a great deal. It is not what you want. And especially a company like Sega that is desperately wants more money. And we've talked about this in a couple of, this is, as you so wonderfully coined it, the crash that almost was.
Yes.
This is the time period. It's a console transition. And we've got a couple more stories about this, but people have sort of started to lose interest in the traditional sprite-based 8 and 16-bit gameplay. And so, it just makes sense. Now, a weird little side note here. The Scotsman newspaper reports that Sega has been going after stores selling used cards for schemes offering trade-in value. Sega claims that players getting trade-in credit towards their next purchase is just an unsanctioned form of renting and requires the store owners to buy a rental license.
Of course, this is a little sneak preview of what's going to consume the video game industry in the aughts and the early 2010s. Because Sega's not wrong, and I'm not saying that stores shouldn't do this, but I'm just saying Sega's not wrong. Because if you're a good enough game player that you can beat a game in like a week, then what you do is you buy a game, you spend a week playing it nonstop, and then you trade it in for store credit and go buy another game. And when you don't have games that offer persistent play value beyond just getting to the end of the game once, that's death to trying to sell those types of games at full price because of the used game market. And it's something, as I said, that the whole industry would have to grapple with in another decade worldwide, but that Sega is getting kind of a sneak preview of here in the United Kingdom.
Oh, definitely. And it just was a wonderful little side note that this is happening at the same time, all these different legal actions, because, we talked about this like 2 years ago already in the 30-year jumps where Nintendo and Blockbuster duked it out, and ultimately Blockbuster won in Congress in the U.S. clarifying the rules on rentals. So, but in Europe, that's just now really becoming an issue, especially because the console market really took hold a lot later, and it's really happening in the UK because that's where the console market really took off, whereas the rest of Europe is still sort of a computer gaming market.
Absolutely. And we also have to remember that Sega Europe and Sega UK really are somewhat desperate at this point because according to reports that'll come out, a year or two later, Sega Europe was very much losing money in this time period. So they could not afford to lose any sales, even if it was just a relatively small portion of the market.
Exactly. Poor Sega.
Poor Sega. But returning to a point that you made a little earlier in this headline about how people are starting to get a little tired of the 8 and 16-bit sprite-based games, our next headline tells us that UK teens tune out to games.
The Guardian reports that a new survey of 18-year-olds in the UK has their tastes moving away from tamer movies and TV to edgier films and TV shows, with most surveyed admitting to having watched many 18 and over films before actually turning 18. This shift away from Neighbours and to Red Dwarf has also had repercussions for computer games, as many see them as childish and on average only spend 45 minutes a week with games.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real problem because the kind of the generation that grew up with games, the first generation that grew up with games kind of in a completely uninterrupted way. I mean, I realized that there were kids that played the 2600 and some loyal few like you went on to the Commodore 64 and the Amiga and the computer scene, but so many didn't. The first generation that really had the opportunity to keep playing games as the market aged with them are now to the point where the games are too cutesy for them and they need something more, which is something that a little company called Sony is recognizing out there in the marketplace at the same time as they prepare to enter the market.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this article had some great information in it. I'm just going to break down a whole bunch of numbers and stuff here. So after 2 years of 250% growth, computer and video games registered a 5% dip in consumer sales last year. So that would be 1993. According to a recent report from trade analyst Mintel. Straw polls, and this is all coming out of the UK, so we're talking UK numbers here. Yeah. Now, straw polls last Christmas indicated far worse drops. Many retailers talked of a 33% drop in business compared to the final quarter of 1992. ELSPA, that's a European software organization, ELSPA's Bennett attributes the drop to price cutting. Quote, "There is no way that the industry has slumped. The prices have just got keener," he says. Quote, "Remember that in the past 2 years, growth of the market has been 250%. You would expect the market to draw breath. The downturn experienced by some retailers at the end of last year can be explained by the extension of the retail base. In 1993, Future Zone, that's a retailer, took on 40 more stores. There are a large amount of video dealers entering the market, and retail chains Dixon's and Boots had a poor time." End quote. 3/4 of all retail sales are currently conducted through chains like Future Zone, Blockbuster, Virgin, Menzies, Comet, WH Smith, Dixon's, Boots, PC World, HMV, Our Price, and Woolworth. Industry insiders believe that the market is experiencing a period of retail uncertainty between 16 and 32-bit games. Quote, "The gap is a reality," says Millennium Smith. Millennium being a publisher. "There's a lot of dithering about in the marketplace as people wait for Sega and Nintendo to unveil their new market systems. There's very little exciting new product, and what there is tends to be budget. Compared to this, the CD-ROM market is growing, and the multiple chains like Rumblos are quick to offer, quote, 'try before you buy' on PC-based games." And this is another thing, this try before you buy is the in-store demos.
Mm-hmm.
Now in the States around this time, Software Etc. is really, really big on this. They would always have 1 or 2 PCs and even usually an Amiga 500 set up. So there was a lot of in-store demos of games. Obviously, Nintendo in the US did this with the NES a lot. But this was a relatively new experience for most of the Europeans. And it comes from the fact that you get the specialty stores. And the specialty stores have, that wider selection. But that also means a lot more product on the shelves, and it's a more cutthroat market than it's ever been before.
Absolutely. And there's also a major cultural shift underway, which this article doesn't really talk about so much, or at least not in the summary that you've provided. But just as there was a huge shift in youth culture in the United States in the early 1980s, with things like MTV and John Hughes movies and all of that stuff, which we've talked about in some of our 40-year jumps, may have had an outsized impact on ending the reign of the video game in the United States. We are right on the verge of the so-called Cool Britannia movement in the United Kingdom. The house music scene is taking off. Britpop is about to take off. There's about to be a new emphasis on British fashion, on British culture. And part of the reason the teens may be tuning out these games as well is because of this new youth movement that is developing across the United Kingdom at this time that's just about to explode, which, of course, foreshadowing a little bit again, is something that Sony, in the marketing of the PlayStation in the United Kingdom, specifically ties itself to. And this, of course, is what makes Sony especially successful in the United Kingdom with the PlayStation. So I think the cultural shift has to be playing a role as well, just as the youth culture shift in the early 1980s played a role in the shakeout going on at that time.
I completely agree. And yeah, I did leave a lot out. I mean, there's a link to, a quote of the article. But yeah, no, there's a ton of comments from teenagers and young adults in the article talking about how, the games are childish. The games don't feel like they're relevant. CD sales are apparently very, very healthy. And like you said, Psygnosis is really going to touch on this. Wipeout, Demolition Derby, Discworld. I mean, this is all, even though it's going to feel very British. It's and everything that the Amiga gaming scene offered, but now with the added budget and the added polish of a console game.
Absolutely. And with an explicit linking to the house music scene, which is exploding, by doing promos in clubs, by having so many house groups in Wipeout. The infamous overdose ad for Wipeout in the magazines.
It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a couple years down the line. We'll talk about it in detail then. But, this shift is coming and Sony is ready. And everybody else, I mean, we just talked about it. What is Square's biggest game is going to be Super Mario RPG. Yeah. Hate to break it to you. That's going to sell just fine on your Super Nintendo. But there's a much bigger market that wants something edgier. Indeed. Well, that wraps up our general business headlines for the month. Turning our attention to a few coin-op stories, we start with Sega announces U.S. theme park.
Sega Enterprises has announced that they are teaming up with Universal Studios to build a small, high-tech theme park near Universal Studios in California. Sega already has 2 theme parks in Japan, and the new $25 million joint project would combine characters from MCA-owned Universal with Sega's virtual reality expertise.
There goes Sega trying to become the next Disney at the exact same time that they're having some currency issues. I'm sure that's going to all end great.
Oh, yeah. Now, I'm not quite sure what this project ends up becoming. Because there's the Sega World thing that, and I guess mutates in a certain way to GameWorks later on. But I couldn't find any direct reference to anything right next to Universal Studios in California.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know either. This feels like an attempt to reinterpret Joypolis for an American audience, because virtual reality, in the context that Sega likes to use, it doesn't just mean, the headsets and the motion tracking. It also means the advanced simulator style products that they're making as well, and that are really featured in their Joypolis centers in Japan. So I imagine that's what this is trying to be an extension of, and is not strictly, what later morphed into GameWorks, which is coming at it from a different direction.
Exactly. Now, this initial article was from August 12th. We get another article from the Associated Press on August 16th, and it tells us that Sega hopes to open up to 50 high-tech theme parks, and that the parks that will feature traditional video games and high-tech rides, quote, will be a key contributor to near-term growth, partly because the video game business has been in a slump, end quote.
Yeah, because nothing pulls a video game company out of a slump like location-based entertainment.
Exactly. It's kind of like, what, this whole console thing, it's overrated. We need to go back to coin-op because that's going to work.
But obviously we do have to put this in the context of what was going on in Japan, because of course both Sega and Namco are in the process of trying to reinvent the theme park in Japan at this time, around these virtual reality and ride-based video game experiences. But of course this is a very different situation. For one thing, the Japanese are absolutely theme park crazy. Not that Americans don't love a good theme park. I mean, you can see the pre-pandemic numbers at Disney properties, but it's more of a destination vacation kind of thing as it's morphed into in the United States. You go to Universal, you go to Disney as kind of your big vacation, whereas Japan, it's more like, hey, let's have a weekend outing as a family to the theme park. It's a very different mindset. And of course, since space is such a huge premium and land is such a huge premium in Japan, if you could find a way to condense the theme park and make that a smaller, more self-contained experience, then you're really onto something. So it made sense for them to be pursuing these video game theme parks like Joypolis for Sega and Wonder Egg for Namco in the Japanese context, but it just doesn't translate well, I don't think, into the American experience at all, which is something Sega's going to find out in a hurry.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we will be talking more about GameWorks because that is coming down the pipeline in the next couple of years. And that experience, I mean, we've already been talking about Dave & Buster's for a while now. Yeah. So it's just, you're right. It's just not the same. The goals are not the same. Mm-hmm. And this is just, it has to do with, how spread out are the cities, how intensely locked in is the population, what's the urge to get out of the apartment to go do something is different based off of how your cities are scaled.
Absolutely.
And it's just not going to be an experience that translates that well, especially given that the new consoles can basically play almost the same games as in the big simulators.
Indeed. But this isn't the only location-based entertainment move that Sega is making in the United States, as Sega buys Data East Pinball.
Sega Enterprises Incorporated, the U.S. arcade division of Sega, has purchased Data East Pinball Incorporated, Data East Chicago-based pinball subsidiary.
Yep, this is, of course, Gary Stern and his people. The carrying on in pinball, even as everyone else is falling away. I can't, obviously Williams is still in it at this point. Premiere may still be there. They're about ready to go. But, pinball had a bit of a resurgence in the United States in the very early 90s. You had tables like Addams Family that were setting records for sales of flipper pinball machines. And this was at the exact moment that Data East, for a variety of reasons, was kind of hitting trouble and getting out of a lot of video game stuff and coin-op stuff. So you can kind of see why Sega pulled the trigger here, especially since they're looking at such an expansion of location-based entertainment in the United States. But as we'll soon see, really, we're already past the peak. That kind of renaissance of North American pinball proved to be very short-lived. And while the numbers aren't showing it quite yet in middle of 1994, it's going to become apparent pretty soon after that we've already hit the peak of this little renaissance, and now we're going to be entering into some decline.
Oh, definitely. Now, one thought that I had when adding this story to the list was this would give Sega U.S. manufacturing, U.S. product in the United States, no worries about currency exchange.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, so, and the weird thing is that, this could have been an announcement made by Sega of America. Instead, this is actually an announcement made in Japan by Sega Enterprises Inc. and Data East in Japan. And they're announcing it there, not in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it just feels like, hey, those currency exchange problems we got? Well, we just bought a business that won't have those. But, it is small fry potatoes in comparison with the console business.
Indeed. But there are some companies out there that's trying to capture a little bit of that home magic in the arcades at this time, as well as Doom coming to arcades.
Business Week reports that the Doom phenomenon that has spread to as many as 5 million computers around the world has now moved to arcades. Austin Virtual Gaming has signed a deal with id Software to bring 8-player Doom to arcades around the U.S. Austin Virtual Gaming, as far as I can ascertain online, was a shop near the university in Austin that had PCs set up for multiplayer and hosted many early tournaments which also featured id staff.
It's not a completely crazy idea to try to do this necessarily, just because, we've poo-pooed many times in the past before when people have just tried to bring some computer games into an arcade, like Exidy did with those Atari 800 games, and, and there's just no benefit to it. I can see with the way Deathmatch was becoming all the rage and that it wasn't easy for everybody to have a good networked gaming experience or online gaming experience, to have a place where you could get a lot of people together and have like an 8-player deathmatch. I can see why they thought this might be a good idea, but of course the technology is about to move so incredibly fast in terms of home networking, home internet, home computing, that there just isn't going to be a need for this in another year or two anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. By the time they get this, they would have gotten this up and running. Intranet-based Doom is kind of already there. And
yeah. And we end our coin-op news this month on a tragic note as Atari Games president passes.
Hide Nakajima, president of Atari Games, has passed. He was the head of the company for 9 years, and, as stated by Jeff Holmes, president of Time Warner Interactive, Nakajima came to the company during a time of transition. Quote, his 9-year tenure as head of Atari will be remembered as a critical period in the company's history. End quote.
And Nakajima was an incredibly beloved figure. Everyone who worked at Atari Games during his tenure has talked about how much they loved and appreciated him. Chain smoker, died of lung cancer. So I forget exactly how. I think he was in his early 60s. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure Ethan knows.
Yeah, early 60s.
Yeah. So, he wasn't young, but he still died relatively young and due to lung cancer. Of course, he had joined Namco way back in the day, was primarily responsible for Namco's international expansion starting in the late 1970s, and then was placed in charge of Atari Games when Namco bought into Atari's coin-op operation. Very ambitious, very driven, and very entrepreneurial in a way that is not considered stereotypically Japanese. Stereotypes can be dangerous to deal in. Obviously, Japan has entrepreneurs too, but he definitely stood out as a free and individualistic and entrepreneurial soul in a way that many Japanese managers of these companies didn't, which is, I think, part of the reason why he was so beloved. Of course, he did some things that got them into trouble. If you believe David Sheff's account, who chronicled Atari Games very closely, it was his feeling very insulted by Minoru Arakawa in the negotiations for Atari Games / Tengen to get on the NES platform that caused the whole reverse engineering rigmarole thing that consumed the company. But truly a legendary figure in the industry.
Yeah, definitely. I think in certain ways Atari is going to, Atari hasn't been the strongest company. Atari Games, I should say, hasn't been the strongest company for a while. But yeah, this is definitely not going to help them moving forward.
Absolutely. But history waits on no man and stops for no individual, so we have to move on from our coin-op history now and move on to next-gen console news, starting with our first headline in this space: Hasbro readies to enter VR market.
Hasbro Incorporated has hired advertising agency Gray Advertising, which did the launch ads for Panasonic's 3DO, to work on the ad campaign for Hasbro's VR toy. The VR project has been in development for the last few years and has reportedly already cost Hasbro, the world's largest toy maker, $20 million and will most likely require an additional $50 million to finish developing before an expected launch in early 1995. The final cost of the unit is expected to be between $500 and $600 and may not beat similar offerings from Nintendo, Sega, and Atari to market.
Yeah, Hasbro in this entire period, starting in the late 80s and moving on into the mid 90s, they're always taking this weird, slightly off kilter approach. They want to get in this video game industry. I think they're a little salty that they missed it the first time around, though of course that also ended up saving them because they didn't get caught in the inventory mess. But they don't just want to do what everyone else is doing. I realize that VR is in the air, that this isn't completely unique, but, they're not doing just another console, or they're not becoming a third-party developer of console games. First, they tried to do a VCR-based video game system, and then they put all of their digital eggs in the VR basket here, because they really want this to be their flagship video game product. They're pretty serious about this to all intents and purposes, what it looks like from the outside. Of course, just like the Nemo, reality is going to clash here with ambition. But I just find it interesting that they don't want to do what everyone else is doing, but they still want to be a player in this space, and they just can't figure out how to do that until finally they're just like, screw this, we'll do Hasbro Interactive and become a third-party developer like everybody else.
Yeah, this idea of, and they keep calling it a toy and this is an article from Adweek. None of the other companies, none of the other video game magazines have mentioned this thing yet.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even aware that this was a project until I ran across this headline and then found an article on unseen64.net linked in the show notes below there. They had promo videos for this under two different names. One was Toaster and one was Rush. Mm-hmm. And they're claiming it's a 64-bit system. with head tracking and all this stuff. And it's like, I'd love to know just how good the actual performance was, because from the video, it doesn't look like it's going to be that great. And it's just one of those things where, like you said, they want to play. They don't know how to get in. I don't think they have the confidence to just take on Nintendo and Sega with a straight up console. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's like you're going VR. Holy crap! That's a big swing. Yeah, that is a very big swing.
I mean, so was the VCR system. When you think about it, for its time in the late 1980s. Yeah.
Yeah.
but no, just no. Turning our attention then to real next generation systems that will actually, come out. Begone Project Reality. All hail Ultra 64.
Nintendo of America has announced that their next console will be known as the Nintendo Ultra 64 when it launches in the fall of 1995. Howard Lincoln, chairman of Nintendo of America, said that the first two Ultra 64 titles, Cruisin' USA and Killer Instinct, which would first be released as arcade titles, would be coming home, quote, with no compromise in graphics, sound, or gameplay, end quote.
Yes, because of course, both of those arcade games use actual Ultra 64 hardware, as Nintendo has pointed out on multiple occasions, which is why they don't have to compromise anything. It's just like the Neo Geo, truly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Of course, both of the games were already in development long before Ultra 64, and both have completely different hardware, but who's to say?
I mean, I imagine the strategy here, though, is very similar to the strategy that Sony used much more effectively when they launched the PlayStation 2, which is that Nintendo knows that they're coming to the party late. Nintendo is actually trying to be a cutting-edge technology company at this time. This is their brief flirtation with that before they just decide to go off and do their own thing. And they're probably just trying to create that FUD, that fear, uncertainty, and doubt that you're like, okay, I know Sony and Sega are releasing these systems and they do this 3D stuff and it's kind of, neat, I guess. But you want to wait for the 64-bit system, because we're just coming a year later. Spoiler alert, it'll be longer, but we're just coming a year later. Well, and not even a year later in America. They're claiming they're going to be launching about the same time at this point to America, a year after the Japanese launch. And we're just going to have stuff that blows that out of the water, because those amazing graphics in the arcade, we can do those right now. Sony can't, Sega can't, we can. And I think that's what they're trying to do, is just really try to convince people that they want to wait for that 64-bit hardware and not jump on these 32-bit hardwares coming from Sony and Sega.
I mean, let's face it, it's a strategy that they've been doing since the launch of the Genesis. Okay?
Yeah.
The launch of the Genesis caught them a little bit by surprise, but luckily they still had the distribution advantage, as Michael Katz found out. He couldn't get into Walmart in the first year. And since then, every year, we've been covering it every year of the podcast. They've had some pie-in-the-sky announcement of the next big thing that's going to launch to rock the world, and that's why you shouldn't upgrade to the Sega CD. And you don't need this. We have this. We have the next best thing coming out. And I'll be honest with you, I remember when these two games hit the arcades and we were really like, damn, this looks sweet. Damn, this is adult. I mean, Killer Instinct and Cruisin' USA both don't feel like Nintendo games.
True.
Seeing the Nintendo logo on them, it really felt like, okay, if this is what they're launching with, they finally learned the lesson from Mortal Kombat. We have to go full-blown with the violence and everything else. And these games will be really cool. But, the problem is they're going to miss that 95 date. It's not the renamed N64 isn't going to hit the stores until September of 96 in the US. And by then, we've played Wipeout. And we've got Ridge Racer. And we've got Tekken. And what do you have again? Oh, what are you going to launch with? What are the 2 launch titles? Pilot Wings and Mario 64. Yeah, we've got Tomb Raider over here, by the way. I know. Mario 64, everybody likes it. I'm sorry, I still don't freaking get it.
Yeah,
I honestly don't get that game.
And you are trying to rewrite history here because actually, Carl, no, in the United States, the Nintendo 64 was outselling the PlayStation. Obviously, it didn't have lifetime sales because the PlayStation had been out already for a year. But it was outselling the PlayStation until the middle of 1997 when the lack of many new games following the launch finally did it in. Nintendo was just such a strong brand. Now, this wasn't the case in Europe where Sony... Europe did such a great job, as we talked about before, tying into the club scene and the house music scene and the cool culture and university kids and all of that. Like, that wasn't the case there. But in the United States, where the Nintendo name really meant something, they were actually outselling the PlayStation for a time until they ran out of new game releases and Sony and Square released a little thing called Final Fantasy VII, and that just turned the tide forever. But yeah, launch was actually incredibly successful in the United States.
Well, I'm not disagreeing that the launch was incredibly successful, but from a gamer standpoint, the gamer who Killer Instinct and Cruisin' USA was targeted at was not necessarily the gamer who was looking for Mario 64.
Sure.
And so those gamers were like, and I was that gamer. It's like Mario 64 or Tomb Raider. I'm going with Tomb Raider. And no, yeah, I obviously, I mean, PlayStation had already been out for a year at that point. By the time the N64 shows up. But I remember a buddy of mine who was a hardcore Nintendo fan at the time was like, well, should I wait for the N64? I was like, you like RPGs, right? That was your big thing on the Super Nintendo, the Final Fantasies and the Secret of Mana and stuff. He's like, yeah, do you really think those games of that caliber are coming to the N64? No, buy a PlayStation. But okay. You're right. We will talk a lot about those numbers when the time comes.
Absolutely. But we can all agree that Sega's not going to do that well. And turning our attention to their entry into the next-gen market, Sega teams up with Hitachi in Japan.
Hitachi Sales Corporation will assist Sega of Japan in selling their upcoming Saturn game console. Hitachi will set up a new company, Hitachi Media Force, to sell the Saturn upon its launch in November. Hitachi expects to sell 1 million Saturns per year. Hitachi estimates sales of 6 billion yen for the first 5 months after launch and 40 billion for the year. Hitachi developed the main CPU of the Saturn, and the Saturn was co-developed between Sega, Hitachi, Yamaha, and Victor.
Yeah, this just makes sense because I think we talked about this here. I can't remember what I've talked about here sometimes, so I've talked about on my own podcast. But Hitachi was not getting any traction with their SH chip, which then was named the SH1 after they did the SH2 for the Saturn. And Sega was basically one of their last chances to have a major order off of the SH chip. So, like, Hitachi has a real vested interest in the Saturn succeeding because they needed to succeed for the SH series of chips to succeed. So I can see why they would be working so closely and trying to goose some sales of the Saturn here.
Yeah, and also we can't forget that Sega has such a small single-digit percentage of the Japanese market. They need all the help they can get to get into retail.
Absolutely.
And Hitachi, I mean, can give them that. Now, it's not going to get them into the traditional video game outlets, but it is going to get them into retail, and any retail at this point is going to be helpful to Sega.
Exactly. So I think it's fair to say that they both need this deal to work. Both sides are really counting on the other to help them out here. In other Sega news, Sega buys Cross Products.
Sega of America has purchased British software company Cross Products Limited. Cross Products makes SNASM, a series of tools for software development. The two founders, Ian Oliver and Andy Craven, are veteran coders from real-time and vector graphics. Cross Products will develop tools for the 32X, Saturn, and Titan arcade hardware.
Oh, good. They're going to get some tools for the 32X and the Saturn, both of which are releasing in just a few months.
Exactly.
Great.
And we talk always about this at the beginning of the show that, dates on the magazines and stuff. This is coming through Business Wire. Now, Business Wire is a newswire service. So their August 15th notice is not, 3 months later in a magazine. This is happening in August. This stuff is launching for Christmas. They're just now buying a company that is going to make tools. They haven't made them yet. They're going to make tools. And I looked up the web archive on archive.org, the old Cross Prod website from 1996.
Ooh.
Cross Products is going to become the exclusive seller of dev systems for 32X and Saturn. So if you want to buy a dev kit as a third party, you have to go through them, which really explains the absolute catastrophic situation that the software development is in for the Saturn in those first couple years, and why it can never really catch up, and may also explain a little bit of why companies like Core Design with their Tomb Raider version for the Saturn really are leaps ahead, because I can imagine a lot of the people at Core Design at this point know these guys, because real time, I mean, if you've ever played Carrier Command, you know real time, and vector graphics. That Amiga port of Star Wars, the arcade game, for my money, is still the best time you can have in an X-Wing. Yeah. Larry Holland is great, but sorry, I just love using my mouse to shoot TIE fighters out of the sky. It's just so much fun.
I can tell. I can tell.
So yeah, I mean, the timing of this is just, it's like, seriously, guys?
But,
Seriously?
I mean, in their defense, and obviously it's a miss, but in their defense, this is uncharted territory, because you had to provide dev kits in the past, but tools were not really a thing that the hardware companies provided. Companies basically had to figure that side of things out by themselves, and everything was kind of done in assembly, so it was in some ways a little less complex. I'm sure they had to be getting wind of what Sony was providing to PlayStation developers, and we're like, oh snap, we gotta do something about this.
There's an extensive article about PlayStation and Sony's efforts to get it off the ground, and third-party support, and the tools in this month's Edge magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And, it just smacks of, oh crap, we need to do something. And, because Sony has been showing off a lot of third-party software, a lot of it, and it looks really impressive. Now, we will find out later on that a lot of the stuff they showed was not really 100% running off of PlayStation hardware. There's going to be an infamous story about Madden and being freaked out about game day footage that was slightly sped up, but that's another issue entirely. But Sony is providing the tools. They're changing the game completely. Something that Nintendo is also going to suffer from. And Sega is trying to play catch up now, and it's not going to go well.
Indeed. Well, that ends our next-gen console news. Turning our attention now to the consoles that are already on the market. We start with Jaguar CD to launch by Xmas.
Atari has announced that the long-awaited Jaguar CD add-on will hit store shelves in time for Christmas 1994 at $199.95. Launch titles will include Blue Lightning, Battle Morph, Jack Nicklaus Cybergolf, Highlander, Creature Shock, and Demolition Man with Jeff Minter's Virtual Light Machine as a pack-in. Also, an optional MPEG player will allow the playback of video CDs.
Yeah.
So I think I've told this story on the show before, but I applied for a holiday job at Electronics Boutique on the day that the Jaguar CD and the PlayStation launched. And I got to the store early that morning, and there were like 10 people waiting outside, and I think 2 of them were there to get a Jaguar CD, and one of them was also picking up a PlayStation, while everybody else there was there for a PlayStation. And yeah, so this won't launch until September of 1995. They're going to miss the window again. And it's not going to go well.
No.
And at some point, I mean, have you ever played Highlander on the Jaguar CD?
I haven't played anything on the Jaguar CD, Carl.
Oh, okay. That is a 7 minutes in heaven. That is just, okay, that's baked in. There's no way around it. You're not getting out of this. Highlander on the Jaguar CD. Because they didn't even spend the money for the real Highlander license. It's the Highlander cartoon show. Oh my lord. If you thought Resident Evil style tank controls were broken before, oh my lord. Okay, sorry. It's terrible. Spoiler alert. Now, another little side note here. Atari also announced a quarterly loss of $3.9 million for the quarter ended June 30th, despite seeing quarterly revenues rise 43% to $8.2 million. The loss was attributed to greater expenditures for software development and promotion. And just for everybody's education, remember, this is Jack Trammell's Atari.
Yes.
And he infamously hated, I mean, granted, Sam Trammell is officially the head of the company, but, you know.
Hey, everyone that I have ever talked to, including friend of the show, Michael Katz, when I've asked about that, they've all said, yeah, Sam was the president, but it was Jack's company.
Yeah. And when I interviewed Leonard Trammell and asked him, why did you guys ship the Jaguar with missing data lines on the motherboard that made it almost impossible to get full speed out of the thing? He's like, well, I noticed it, and I told somebody who I'm related to about it, and I was told that it had to ship anyway. So, whether or not he was talking about his brother or his father, it's hard to say. He refused to go into any further detail. But yeah, so the deal here is they finally have to spend some money on advertising. They have to finally spend some money on software development. And neither one of those is going to happen. And interestingly enough, and I didn't add it here, but Electronic Games, has an interesting, this month has a retrospective on the fall of Commodore. and attributes Arnie Katz, a legendary game journalist, attributes their downfall in great part to their lack of placing importance on software. That already back in the VIC-20 and C64 days, that they didn't properly communicate, they didn't support software development, and that kind of led to their downfall. And here, I mean, again, everybody go check out my interview with Leonard. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, software development just always got short shrift because, you know, if they want to make games and money off of our system, they should make the games themselves, blah, blah, blah type of philosophy is, or even better, go back and check my interview with Jerry Wolosenko when he had an encounter with Jack Tramiel as the U.S. rep for Psygnosis. Same story, you know, back in the Atari ST days. So yeah, they're finally having to spend some money on it. It's way too deep into the console's life cycle to be doing this, Sega. And suddenly, you know, even though they're increasing their revenues, they're still locking in massive losses that are not going to bode well for the future of the company.
Absolutely. And no, you know, and many people have said this, and many people have also said this to Brian Bagnall in his series of books on Commodore. Jack came up in hardware, typewriters, and then calculators. Jack understood hardware. Jack never understood software. And I don't just mean, you know, he couldn't program, because of course he couldn't program, but he never understood the value of software. He couldn't get that through his head, and it showed in every venture that he did. So, yep, including here as we get near the end of the line for Atari Corporation. But as certain American stalwarts fall, Korea is starting to rise as Sanyo gives console market a try.
Sanyo has announced that they will be launching their 3DO console nicknamed TRY, on October 1st in Japan, the second 3DO console to hit Japan after Panasonic's Real 3DO. They plan on also publishing 6 software titles for the system. The system will sell for 54,800 yen, and Sanyo plans to manufacture 20,000 units per month. Sanyo also plans on launching the system in Europe in 1995.
Sorry, Sanyo's a Japanese company, and I know that. I'm just so used to Korean companies launching 3DO systems that I went there. So
I was wondering about that too, and I was like, wait, do I have it wrong?
No.
Yes, I should not have bowed.
No. Sanyo is definitely Japanese. And always has been. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a little bit of a 3DO market in Japan because of its ability to do the naughty videos, but only a little bit. I mean, 20,000 units a month is that's a pretty modest goal there that Sanyo has.
Yeah, I mean, and the price here of $54,800, that's about $550. That's a steep price. And the interesting thing for me was that they're also going to be a software publisher. Mm-hmm. So this idea that the weird 3DO model of we bought a license to the hardware design, but you know we're going to have to support this thing with our own software that's also compatible with the other people's machines, and it just feels so weird and hackneyed that now all of these hardware manufacturers that were supposed to be like VCR manufacturers now also have to get into the content production business because there's simply not enough content providers, and it's just not adding up, and it's not adding up fast for 3DO.
Indeed, and in fact, in this very month, we also learn that 3DO announces losses.
3DO Company reported on August 11th that they had losses of $16.1 million in the first quarter ending June 30th. This was better than the $29.9 million they lost in the same quarter the year before. The $16.1 million loss came on revenue of $4.9 million. Total losses since the company went public a year earlier are $60 million. Before the latest results were announced, the stock closed at $14 a share, down from a high last fall of $47.
Yeah, the miniature reality distortion field isn't really doing its job as it was when Tripp started the company. I mean, it's an untenable business model. I do really believe Tripp had noble intentions. I mean, he wants to make money because he's a businessman, but I also do believe that he had truly noble intentions. And it's just the business model doesn't work. The reason why Nintendo and Sega operate the way they do is because they got to make a buck on this business.
Yeah. And I mean, just this whole non-centralized system really means that the system itself doesn't have a personality. You can't have mascot characters. You can't do anything like that. And of course, we also have the problem that it's been in gestation for a little too long. It's getting a little long in the tooth even before it has time to grab. And 3DO, and here this is a little side note, 3DO would announce on August 23rd, so almost 2 weeks later, that they had their best month ever and that they would boost the power of the 3DO with a PowerPC-based accelerator called M2 late in 1995. The stock shot up a whopping 27% on the news.
They still want to believe, like, Tripp wouldn't lead us astray. We want to believe that he's got a plan.
Yeah, and this idea of, well, there's going to be an add-on, and the add-on's going to make it more powerful, and you all you have to do is buy the overpriced video today, and the add-on will give your investment longevity.
Yeah.
And this is really where the VCR comparison dies.
Right.
Because a VCR from 1975 still plays the movies from 1994. But my video game from 1975 is not a video game I want to play in 1994.
Exactly.
And yeah. Now, of course, we will see the M2 morph very, very quickly, actually, from an add-on to a standalone console.
Yep.
But, you know, it's not going to go anywhere.
No, not at all. Turning our attention now to some video game software news. Mortal Friday, that's right, Mortal Friday gets $10 million budget.
Acclaim is preparing a massive $10 million multi-format ad campaign for the September 9th launch of its home ports of arcade hit Mortal Kombat 2. The first Mortal Kombat has already generated sales of over 6 million units on multiple platforms.
Yeah, this is their last big bite at the apple, right? They don't get Mortal Kombat 3, Acclaim doesn't. So this is their last chance to milk that Williams deal that has made them so much money.
Yeah, I think they're still going to get NBA Jam Tournament Edition as the last big one that they get.
I think, that sounds right.
Yeah, and they're going to milk Mortal Kombat 2 for a while because by the time Mortal Kombat 3 has come out as a home port, they're going to also release Mortal Kombat 2 on a couple more systems. And with an ad campaign along the lines of, the best one is still this one here. But yeah, this is their last hurrah. And it's not the only big launch. We already previewed this last month, but Doom 2 will launch on October 10th. And it's being advertised as Doomsday with an apostrophe in front of the S. And this is also getting full-page ads in the computer game magazines, especially because they're advertising it as this thing is going to be at retail. It's hitting retail on October 10th. as opposed to Doom, which is still being advertised in magazines as a mail-order product.
Mm-hmm. And our next story, getting back into Sillywood a little bit, as Acclaim buys into FMV.
FMV game maker Digital Pictures Incorporated of Sewer Shark and Ground Zero Texas fame has sold a share of the company to Acclaim Entertainment. As part of the deal, Acclaim got a minority share of the company. Digital Pictures got funding for future projects, and Acclaim Distribution Incorporated, Acclaim's new distribution arm, will have Digital Pictures as its first independent label. DP will have 5 titles ready for ADI to publish before the end of the year, with a planned 12 per year in the future.
You know, I mean, this wasn't necessarily a bad move on Acclaim's part. I mean, obviously it doesn't go anywhere, but kind of they and Electronic Arts both take a very similar approach to this kind of FMV, Sillywood, multimedia market, which is, let's not put too much of our own effort into making stuff in this space. I mean, I know Chris Roberts wants to be a movie director, so, you know, he shoots elaborate Wing Commander movies. But in general, Electronic Arts did a lot of its multimedia stuff through its affiliated label program, and now Acclaim is basically starting an affiliated label program in a way. It's not quite the same because it's only distribution. And are kind of taking that similar approach. It's like, this is hot in the market right now, and so we need to have our toe in it. But I think neither company was convinced that this was actually the future of digital entertainment. So they're like, we want a toe in it, but we don't want to really commit to having full-on internal divisions that are pumping all of this stuff out. This was a good way to hedge bets in that space, I think, for Acclaim, actually.
I think so too, and I think there might also be an element of the end of the Williams contract means that they're going to have to somehow compensate the fact that the chances are they're not going to have the massive volumes per game sold. So they're not going to be selling as many cartridges per game anymore. But they still need to keep the shelf space. They still need to keep the relationships with the big retailers. So by having a larger catalog of titles, they're still going to be able to keep their premier position as a software publisher.
Indeed.
And this just is going to funnel it. And Digital Pictures really is planning a ton of games. GamePro lists a bunch of their new titles that they have coming out. They've got like Hong Kong Kung Fu movies. They've got Terminator 2 style action sci-fi things. They've got basketball games. It's just an absolutely insane number of titles that they are hoping to be able to push.
Indeed. And our final story in this space, a little bit tangential, but not entirely. Macromedia and Microware want to bring PCs and ITV together.
Macromedia and Microware Systems Corporation have announced plans to work together to develop tools to make porting PC software to the next generation of interactive TV set-top boxes easier for developers. The plan to make their software available to telephone operators and cable companies next year. Macromedia's flagship product allows developers to easily create games for various systems, including Windows, Mac, and 3DO, without having to reprogram them each time. Microware makes the OS 9 operating system, a variation of which is at the heart of the CDI.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's an understanding here that America is about to get on the information superhighway, which I'm using correctly this time since we're talking about TV set-top boxes specifically. So the Department of Corrections can be pleased by that. But that Americans are going to start consuming content on the World Wide Web. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet. TV set-top boxes are part of the puzzle here because people are not convinced that all of America is going to opt for computers in their home. and dial-up modems and all of that stuff. But there's kind of this understanding that we're about to get inundated with all these various ways to interact with this new World Wide Web. And in that environment, portability is going to be so key. And Macromedia is very early on this trend of portability of product across multiple hardware environments and operating system environments.
Definitely. I mean, it's, if you will, it's sort of a spiritual successor to the old Infocom Z machine. Mm-hmm. It's, we've got an interpreter for these files for your browser, for this operating system, for your phone, for whatever. And it's, and this is why I included this story, because this is, just like you said, nobody quite knows how the data is going to be flowing into your home, but they know it's coming, and we need to start creating content that is not system specific, because the investment in creation of content doesn't pay off if you're limited to one specific system.
Mm-hmm.
And Macromedia is perfect because it's both normal linear content. You can do music videos and stuff like that with it. Tenacious D's Effort Gently. If you haven't seen it, one of the greatest early Macromedia files ever created. And and at the same time, you can also do interactive stuff with the same scripting language. So it's brilliant.
Absolutely. We now turn our attention to computer news, where, unlike in the video game space, the news is good as computer industry profits boom.
The surge in PC adoption is a boon for many companies in the sector. Microsoft saw their revenues for fiscal 1994 jump 24% to $4.65 billion, with net income rising to $1.15 billion compared to $953 million the previous year. Acer saw their revenue for the first half of 1994 hit a new record of $1.36 billion, and networking product supplier Chipcom saw revenues jump 62% in the second quarter to $61.3 million. Sales to the high-end intelligent switch hub market were given credit. Lotus saw a decline, though, in the second quarter to revenues of just $224 million.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a confluence of events coming about here. I mean, networking is becoming firmly established and is really erasing the last barriers to Office adoption of PCs. You have price wars going on between clone makers that have driven down the price of PC hardware quite a bit and have enticed a lot of home buyers into the PC market. Either because they think computers are neat and they want one in the home, or because people are taking their work home with them more and more, and they've got a computer at work, and so now they want a computer at home so that they can pick up where they left off. And, of course, there's all of this talk about multimedia and the internet and the World Wide Web that is creating this FOMO feeling where families feel like they need to be on these new technologies, need to get their kids on these new technologies in order to stay relevant. And so you throw all of that together, and yeah, it is a good time to be the maker of a PC compatible or the accessories and operating systems thereof.
And also, let's not forget that crash that wasn't. I mean, there's so many people who are simply bored to tears with what they're getting on the Super Nintendo and the Genesis, and where are the cutting edge cool games? Doom is on the PC. We're about to get a resurgence in a bunch of different genres. I mean, FMV games, play them on the PC. Point and click adventures are getting more complex on the PC. Strategy games, Dune 2 and so forth. We're about to hit Warcraft and Command and Conquer in the next year. It's just, if you want to play anything that's not just another jump and run, you gotta fork over some cash for a PC.
Indeed.
So, yeah.
And so it should come as no surprise based on that report that SPA reports huge boom in sales for software.
The Software Publishers Association has reported industry numbers for the first quarter of 1994. Year-over-year sales of home computer software grew bombastically, with educational software growing 128% to $89.7 million, while entertainment software sales rose 36.1% to $81.3 million, and finance software rose 12.1% to $137 million. David Tremblay, SPA's research director, said, quote, "We are seeing a new gold rush in the consumer software industry. The rapid growth in the use of personal computers in American homes is creating millions of new customers for software. The industry is responding with new products, promotions, and new distribution options, and the sales results in the entertainment and home education categories speak for themselves. Sales in these two categories nearly doubled between 1993 and 1994 to $171 million.
Yeah, and it's the same thing that I said in the previous headline. Power, price, and zeitgeist are finally all aligned in the computer industry. There had been an attempt to create a home computer industry back in the early 80s, and they couldn't get anything of strong enough power at a reasonable price or kind of capture the imagination of the public. And so they ended up just being game-playing machines because nobody could figure out what to do with them. But now we have computers that can actually do a lot of practical things for you, especially if you're setting up a home office as well, and bringing your work home, because by this time your office has completely computerized. And you have all of these clone makers that have driven down the prices to very reasonable levels. And then you throw in the so-called multimedia revolution and the internet and how this is going to change how our kids learn. And you just have the perfect mix that people are like, okay, I'm getting a computer for my home and I'm investing in some software for this thing, especially educational product and entertainment product.
Exactly. And also, let's not forget, this is CD-ROM. You can't copy it yet. Nobody's got a CD burner. So this is a huge boon to the sale of software because you can't just get a copy from a friend like you could on with floppy-based software.
Absolutely, though there are some problems in this burgeoning CD-ROM market as well, Carl, as CD-ROM bundles discouraging sales.
Industry analyst company DataQuest has announced the results of a national home consumer survey about the expected behavior of those that own CD-ROM drives. The results show that those that own CD-ROM drives plan to purchase further titles, but most of them will be games and reference works. But most of them have found the discs that were bundled with their systems to fulfill their needs quite well. Quote, "It's been an explosive year for CD-ROM drives and home multimedia computer sales, but the aftermarket for CD-ROM consumer software titles isn't matching the overwhelming success of CD-ROM drives and bundled software," said Bruce Ryan, principal multimedia analyst at DataQuest. Quote, "However, games clearly is the hot ticket opportunity after the hardware purchase," end quote.
Yeah, I mean, having been there in the early 90s. I mean, it really is true. I mean, when my friend John Lewis was the first one of us where they upgraded to a CD-ROM drive. And when they purchased a CD-ROM drive, they got Rebel Assault, Fate of Atlantis, and the Cryo batshit Dune game, which I have a huge soft spot for, as bundled software. And so we had hours and hours of CD-ROM entertainment already. And then when my family upgraded to a modern computer and got a CD-ROM drive like the next year, it was bundled with Rebel Assault, Fate of Atlantis, and Day of the Tentacle. It was a complete LucasArts package. Yeah. And, so... there was such a need to justify these CD-ROM drive purchases at this time because CD-ROM drives were a pretty expensive upgrade to start with, that there was just OEM bundling going on left and right, and you were always getting multiple titles with your CD-ROM drive.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hell, here's a couple of side notes on that. Sirius Publishing announces the 5-foot 10-pack Volume 2, we talked about Volume 1 a few months ago, at $29.95, and this includes Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, Space Quest 4, Battle Chess Enhanced, and various productivity and reference works. So for $30, not too shabby of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then this comes as virtually every publisher on PC has moved to CD-ROM exclusively or CD-ROM first releases for their games. So we're getting a lot of reports about CES, late reports in the magazines, and a lot of them are talking about how disc-based versions of the games are promised at some later time, as opposed to the other way around. We talked about it in our list of games for the 7 Minutes in Heaven today. One of the games was the CD-ROM version of Leisure Suit Larry 6, which had super VGA graphics and audio and all that stuff, because previously we had the disc version. Now it's becoming the other way around, and most of those promised disc versions will never materialize once the publishers realize what's the point.
Well, yeah, because it was horribly expensive to create all of those discs, and if you had a hit game, it could actually kill you. Like, there's a great article on Origin that the Escapists did years ago that revealed that when Wing Commander became a success, a huge success for Origin, it was terrible for the company because it came on so many discs that they were being killed by production costs. And I remember, some of the games that were right on the cusp of this transition. I remember X-Wing on disc. And it was like, 6 or 8 discs. And I remember Master of Orion on disc. And it was so many discs. And of course, famously, Windows 95 did originally come out also on floppy disk. 14 of the suckers, I believe. And, it's just, it's terrible. I mean, the production costs alone are just killer because you just can't put too much data on those discs. So, yeah, once CD-ROM was established and it was clear that people had bought the drives, you needed a lot of this bundling, you needed a lot of this hype to get people to get the drives in the first place. But once you reached critical mass of people having these CD-ROM drives in their home, it's like, yeah, companies got out of the floppy disk business as fast as they possibly could.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I still remember going through the bargain bins as Software Etc. was finally getting out of the Amiga games business. And I bought, things like the VGA remake of Space Quest 1. And I think that was like 5 or 6 discs for the Amiga. And I picked the game up for like $1.99 or something. And the one of the employees there was like, wow, I should just buy this just for the discs. It's cheaper than buying the discs on their own, So,
yeah,
it's just, yeah, you're right. It just didn't make any financial sense to keep putting that much physical media in these boxes. Now, one final side note here is that Interplay, a traditional publisher, has announced that they will be representing Putnam New Media, the multimedia publishing arm of MCA and Bertelsmann, in the OEM market to pack their products with various hardware. And this one kind of blew my mind. It's, we talked about how Acclaim now has, this, they're going to be doing distribution for other companies. But here we have Putnam New Media, which I had to look up. This was a big effort by these traditional media companies, MCA and Bertelsmann, to get into the CD-ROM business. And almost immediately now they're cutting a deal with Interplay just to get it into the OEM market, which means that, they've pretty much given up. By mid-1995, the company's going to stop existing. They're only going to create a handful of products. But, this is, it's going straight from full price to bundled software. And the production costs of these programs is not going down. People expect a lot more animation, a lot more sound. That's not going to come cheap.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And which games are going to be the best sellers? Well, Doom is going to sell really, really well. And guess what? Production costs on that are pretty meager because it actually fits on floppies.
Indeed. Indeed. Also, you need to interview Brian Fargo. He'd talk to you.
He is so high on the list. And at the same time, I keep being like, do I want to interview him before I've played Wasteland 2? Because I have not played Wasteland 2 or 3 yet. But there's a part of me, I know, I should just talk to him.
Just,
because he would be an interesting interview.
Watch a Let's Play video to get caught up. And
oh, come on. I was such a big fan of Wasteland 1. I can't do that to myself.
I get you. I know you would legitimately enjoy playing it, but you have a newborn. You ain't playing no Wasteland 2 anytime soon, okay? You don't have time for that.
I didn't have time before I had the newborn, and that game's been out for a decade, for God's sake.
Exactly. Yeah, because I think Brian would talk to you, and I mean, like, he is a true gamer's gamer. Like, I'll
believe it, yeah.
I think you two would have a very good conversation together. I've interviewed him. I interviewed him way back in the day, long time ago. But he'd talk to you.
Yeah, he's on the short list. I finally am going to break down. I'm going to use my free trial of LinkedIn Premium, and there's a whole bunch of people I'm just going to send lengthier notices to try to get them in.
I can hook you up direct with. I mean, not like serve as an intermediary. He doesn't remember me or have any idea who I am, but I can hook you up a little more directly on the Brian Fargo front.
I will appreciate that. That's actually my project for later this week. I'm just going to send out. I've got a list of about 20 names of people, and I've got until the beginning of April. I'm off, so to speak. I don't start lecturing again until April. So I'm going to try to just hammer out. I've got 4 interviews now in the can. A spoiler alert for everybody. Some great interviews coming down the pipeline. Some really, sorry. Some of my favorite moments in interviews have happened over the last couple of weeks. Let's just say I had a lengthier discussion about the moral implications of AI-generated NPCs, and is it okay to torture them, and how to think about that for future generations of hardware. Absolutely phenomenal. But okay, back to what we're doing here.
Indeed. Moving along, we have another medium that is experiencing a drop in price as flash memory prices tumbling.
Flash memory prices are set to continue their price nosedive, at least if Intel has anything to say about it. The technology, first introduced in 1988, cost $640 per megabyte at the time. By 1990, the price per meg had dropped to $256 and is at $20 in 1994. Intel's Director of Flash Technology Development and Manufacturing, Stephen Lai, has announced that his group has achieved a breakthrough in flash technology that allows 2 or more bits of data to be stored in a single cell. They have named this new technology Multi-Level Cell, MLC. Intel hopes that prices for flash memory will drop to just 50 cents per meg by 2000.
Yeah, flash memory will never take off. Flash in the pan memory, am I right? I certainly don't have a flash drive hooked up to my keychain, attached to my keychain right now.
And I haven't been walking around with a flash stick in my pocket for the last decade and a half. Yeah. I mean, this really is going to be a revolutionary technology in many, many regards. And it's going to make a lot of devices possible. I mean, hell, without flash memory, you don't get, console save games as we know them today.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually an interesting story in, I think it was, not Game Players magazine, but GamePro, about how the 3DO doesn't really have a storage facility. We've talked about this, I think, previously on the show. And they keep promising that there's going to be an add-on for doing this. And there's a problem with the game The Horde on how it saves games and how it doesn't work with the save mechanism that has been sold. And it's a huge mess. Mm-hmm. So really cheap, efficient flash memory is going to remake the way and the complexity level of the games that you can offer. And especially at a time when people are demanding more complex, more in-depth experiences, this is really going to be a game changer.
Absolutely. And speaking about at least attempts to become a game changer, Cyrix to take on AMD.
Low-cost chip maker Cyrix Corporation, which we reported had signed on with IBM as a manufacturer, is reported to be ready to ship first samples of its Pentium-class M1 chip to PC makers in the fourth quarter of 1994. This chip is, according to Cyrix, 30% faster than a comparable Pentium. Meanwhile, AMD, the runner-up to Intel in the CPU chip market, has also slated samples of its Pentium-class K5 chip for the fourth quarter. PC makers such as Compaq are showing interest. The real battle will take place in 1995, though, when the chips are widely available.
Yeah, I mean, already alluded to this a couple of times in the previous stories, but we're kind of at the height of the IBM PC compatible price wars. I mean, it's never the insanity that the home computer price wars are, where just everyone ends up dropping out of the market. It's a relatively stable market, but we're kind of at the peak number of PC compatible manufacturers before they all start consolidating with each other. So the competition for any kind of edge you can get on power and price is really intense, which is why it certainly makes sense that other companies are trying to get into the Pentium market here.
Oh, definitely. And getting that compatibility. I mean, Pentium, obviously Intel did not want everybody calling their chips just by a number designation anymore because that's not protectable under trademark. So this is why we're now going to have a Pentium instead of a 586. We're going to have the M1, the K5. This is going to get real complicated really, really fast.
Indeed. But everyone's on computers these days, and that includes people at the office where employers begin to crack down on games.
The Times reports that bored brokers are increasingly resorting to game playing on the job, with games like Doom and Shufflepuck Cafe finding homes on office PCs. Some companies are going beyond just announcing bans, though, like Ford Motor Company, which has now deployed game spotting software to detect workers sneaking games onto systems.
Indeed, but I kind of just want to do these together. That isn't the universal approach to this growing issue, as Microsoft targets, quote, loosely supervised executives, unquote.
Yes, Anthony Garcia, Microsoft's games master, seems to have identified the futility of banning games on workplace computers and may even be targeting what the company internally calls loosely supervised executives, aka the managers and bosses who have multiple games installed on their machines in addition to their productivity software. Microsoft's games bundles are designed to provide those quick in-between game breaks. Garcia told the New York Times that their new arcade games are work-friendly, and he argues that a quick break from work may not be a bad thing for productivity.
Yep, we're really getting a whole new class of game players out of this penetration of computers into the workplace. Because many of them are not necessarily even gamers. Like even at home, they're not necessarily playing games. And they're certainly not looking to get the latest RPG or first-person shooter. I mean, I know Doom is mentioned in the Ford article, but still, for the most part, it is the solitaire and shufflepuck cafe crowd that we're talking about here. And, we're kind of starting to lurch towards the idea of what becomes the casual gaming market here, because it's just, if everybody is on computers and computers are being used in all walks of life, then we need to start thinking about what computer entertainment looks like beyond just someone sitting down and playing a game for hours at a time. What does computer entertainment look like to mom or grandma? What does computer entertainment look like to the office worker on their office PC? And we're starting to get some people trying to answer that question a little bit here.
Oh, definitely. The reviews for Microsoft's arcade game pack, which it has Windows-compatible ports of things like Asteroids and Space Invaders and whatnot, talks about the idea that, these are perfectly designed for a quick burst of action or distraction in between everything else. Mm-hmm. And it's really brilliant in that sense, the idea of fitting a game into people's normal schedules, which really does fly in the face of the traditional gamer. I want to sit down and play Final Fantasy for 10 hours straight.
Right.
And, just identifying that there's these adults out there who want to play games. And something that I probably wouldn't have really appreciated at this time 30 years ago. But nowadays I'm like, of course I want to play Super Peng for 5 minutes between, having to do work.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But turning our attention back to that more hardcore game market for a second, Mac Play extends lineup.
Mac Play, Interplay's line of Macintosh game software, has announced new additions to its catalog, including Alone in the Dark, Flashback, Star Trek 25th Anniversary, Voyeur, and Wolfenstein 3D. Mac Play plans to have over 20 Macintosh format titles in the market by the end of 1994.
Yeah, I mean, amongst the traditional computer game publishers, Interplay was the only one that really, really focused on trying to expand offerings into the Mac space. I mean, obviously, there were a small number of companies that were fully dedicated to the Macintosh. But I'm talking about, the big companies that we think of in this period that are doing mainstream computer games, the Electronic Artses and Origins and whatnot of the world. Interplay is the one that's like, we're going to do this. They put the whole Mac Play brand in and they license a ton of stuff. It's not just their own stuff they're releasing. They license a ton of stuff to try to move it over to the Mac. That's something you could talk to Brian about when you do the interview with him, is why he was so high on the Macintosh as a platform.
Yes. It would be interesting to see what the economic plan was there. I mean, granted, there's nobody else there. I mean, they can call it Mac Play, for God's sake. Right. I remember seeing these in like an Office Depot or something, and I thought it was actually an Apple initiative.
Pretty clever
at the time. Now, in hindsight, understanding how Apple functions, it's clearly insane to think that they would actually try to do something like this, because that might actually make their machines desirable to a larger audience of people. But, hey, who am I to say?
Indeed. But yeah, no, I mean, they went all in, and you're right. I mean, the fact that they could have the name MacPlay, which does give it this aura of legitimacy, that they probably don't quite deserve, quite frankly, but they get it because there's just so little presence on that platform.
In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I mean,
exactly. But meanwhile, in Germany, there's another interesting trend going here. Ad game business booming in Germany.
German magazine PC Player has a big article this month about the growing number of ad-based games appearing in Germany. Everything from the German army to Kellogg's Tony the Tiger are getting games. Some of these are a bit controversial, with tobacco brand Samson releasing a game, something that would have been prohibited by rules governing tobacco ads to kids, but allowed because the brand did not sell ready-made cigarettes that kids could have bought through vending machines, or a game for the SPD political party. The magazine also has a multi-page interview with Frank Zimlinski, a graphic designer and game developer for the ad agency art department, who defends the games by saying that they fill the niche that shareware fills in the US, providing freely copyable games that aren't full-priced game experiences. Shareware just doesn't seem to work in Germany, he says, and with fewer financial resources available for big-budget games that can compete, getting paid by a company to develop an ad title is often the alternative to closing shop and letting developers go.
That's very interesting. I mean, certainly not something I was aware of since I was not following the German market closely. But, obviously this guy is putting a spin on it, Zimlinski, but that's interesting that he says that shareware's not working. So this is a way like the small indie guy can make it by going complete corporate sellout.
well, and it makes sense. I mean, it's a very long article, and it's like a 5-page article. It's really, really good. PC Player was known for this. I mean, this was the in-depth magazine.
They certainly weren't known for their covers.
No. The cover format is as dull as dishwater, always. But the writing, it was really, really good. Actually, the founders of a couple of the guys who did that are also the people who do the Spielveteran podcast I've talked about on here before. Mm-hmm. It was still one of the best retro game podcasts around. But so the idea here was, he said, budgets for games are going up. And this is about the multimedia and so forth.
Right.
And the German market just isn't big enough to support this. Getting the games out into the international market is getting harder and harder. The days of a Turrican or something are just not there any longer. And when he says shareware doesn't work, we have to remember the reason shareware works so well in the United States is because you have checks. You have the physical paper check in the United States at this time. In Germany at this point, the check has been dead for almost 100 years. But what you have is the digital transaction. So you transfer money digitally. You go to a bank and they actually have these consoles in the foyer of the bank where you type in somebody's name, their bank account number, what you're transferring the money for, and you digitally transfer it. That's already commonplace. But what that means is you can't really just send off an order form. You'd have to add in your address and everything else. It doesn't work. Especially if you're a kid, getting your parents to do this and everything, it's not the same as just writing a check, mailing it off, and getting a letter back. Mm-hmm. And while there is mail order, the mail order is usually happening either through, and I ordered a couple of things by mail order when I was living in Germany around this time. Actually, this month's Playtime magazine was the last issue I got before I moved back to the States. So this clearly is the month. This shows this is the end of one era in my life. But we would actually either send, in the States we would call it, a prepaid, not a prepaid check. What do you call it?
You mean like a cashier's check? Yeah.
Or you still had the system where you ordered it and then you paid the mailman. So the mailman delivered the package with the bill and you paid him cash. And that money would then go get transferred back over to the seller. So those are the main systems for ordering and paying for stuff at the time, which really doesn't work unless you're setting up a more professional operation. The shareware model doesn't work for German developers.
Yeah, makes sense.
And also, you can't do any of the big violent games.
Right,
so
of course.
Point-and-click adventures and stuff work, and we just talked about with Doom, the art assets you need for a point-and-click adventure game are so much more intensive than just for a first-person shooter where, okay, yeah, you've got 50 or 60, maybe 100 wall and enemy textures, and then it's just about putting maps together. In a point-and-click adventure game, you're going to have to create an actual drawn picture for each scenario. If you start animating the figures, I mean, how many animation frames does an enemy in Doom actually have?
Mm-hmm. Versus
any single character in a point-and-click adventure game needs a lot more than that. So yeah, I don't know. The financial side of this that he explains makes perfect sense. They do talk about sort of the morals, because at the time there was a right-wing party, not unlike the AfD today, called the Republicans. Not unlike the Republicans in the USA today, that had actually approached them about making a game, and they turned them down. He mentions this. It's like, they were approached. It's like, no, we're not making Nazi propaganda. But yeah, so it's a difficult thing. I mean, this is going to keep going in Germany for a little while. It is going to die out at a certain point. At a certain point, this is not going to be a viable business anymore. But yeah, just it's a way for developers to survive.
Indeed. And we certainly do have a fast-changing marketplace here. And in one of the first signs that this whole multimedia FMV Sillywood thing may not pan out, MediaVision collapse profiled.
Electronic Games Magazine has a good multi-page article on MediaVision and the causes for its downfall and the current SEC investigation into its management. The PC add-on company that had recently branched out into multimedia games apparently bet that there would be a shortage of video and sound card hardware on the market in December 1993 and began stockpiling inventory just to see a flood of new price-cut offerings hit the market. The rosy numbers they were reporting, based on outstanding accounts receivable, all came tumbling down when they had to begin to slash prices to stay competitive, leading to $80 million in unsold inventory. The article tries to end on a positive note, discussing how they may still be able to turn things around, while also acknowledging that mistakes in the hardware business are costly. Yeah, so, I mean, if you want to know more about this, check out my interview with Graham Bayliss, because he had been hired to produce video games for MediaVision as all of this went down.
Delightful.
Yes. And also this shows a weird shift, because the hardware that we're talking about here are not super low end, but at the time pretty standard video and sound cards.
Mm-hmm.
And it was still the market of, I have an old 286 and I finally want to get that VGA card in it or something.
Right.
And the bundled machines, these pre-made machines from companies like Gateway and Dell and Compaq, they all shift to VGA by Christmas of '93, to the point where you don't need to buy the add-on cards unless they're going to do something very special. And I didn't have this in the story here, but there is an interesting article or report, I should say, in Edge magazine this month about Comdex. Now, Comdex, for those who don't know, is the computer show. This is like the professional show. No game shown or anything like that. And Edge is totally, I mean, the tone of the article is, oh my God, the PC industry has gotten so boring. There's no innovation anymore. The show was a complete dud. Well, with the exception of this one thing, we started seeing companies offering 64 and 128-bit video cards. And they're like, the bus is still 32-bit, but they're making these chips on the cards super, super powerful. So you can run Doom at like 55 frames per second at, 800 by 600 resolution. And there's no real software that uses it yet. But, this is kind of cool. But it's like 3 paragraphs in this 2-page article. And the rest of it's just, the PC is just, there's no innovation and nothing's going. And this is in the same issue where they have these giant profiles of the upcoming Saturn and PlayStation consoles. And the PlayStation's on the cover. But this is exactly this weird moment where MediaVision, which it also has a division making 3D accelerators, and the same team that's making the 3D accelerators at MediaVision is going to go off and found a little company called 3DFX. I mean, it's just the timing. They're just off on the timing by a year or two. This market is about to hit the video card being more important than the CPU. Is about to happen, and they were right there. And they blew it.
Indeed. And they're not the only company that's been blowing things recently, are they, Carl?
No. So, I mentioned it before, but Electronic Games also has a profile on the fall of Commodore. So I got to talk a little bit more about it. Since I didn't get any news this month. Last month we talked extensively about the goings on in the bankruptcy court down in the Bahamas. There was no news on that front this month, but Joyce Worley, writer for Electronic Games, she writes about the fall of Commodore with quotes from various former employees and stockholders talking about the many things that went wrong at the company, including that Mehdi Ali, the CEO, only allowed for 70,000 AGA chipsets to be made while making 330,000 chipsets of the standard Amiga for Christmas 1993. Which left a lot of unsold hardware and $300 million in losses. Now, for those not in the know, the standard Amiga chipset, the ECS at this point, or OCS, or I think it was the OCS, was an almost unchanged version of what had come out in 85. Slight improvements happened in, I think, 87, but that's about it. The AGA chipset, which would have been on par with VGA with some added real bonuses if you really took advantage of it, was used in the Amiga 1200 and the Amiga 4000. So by only ordering 70,000 units of this split over those two computer models, it basically meant that you were going to have no presence whatsoever in the Christmas market. And they could have sold so much more of that. I mean, my God. Oh, and also the CD32. So if they had gone full-blown 400,000 units on those 3 platforms, oh my God, it would have just, they probably could have sold virtually all of those machines. Because December of 93, hell, I probably would have jumped on a 1200. Okay.
Right.
Just as the diehard that I was. Also, it would have been a fraction of the price of an equivalent PC. And that would have also made software development more interesting, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, they just kept pushing out things like the Amiga 600. And here, going through my notes, let's just go by my notes. We also get Tales of the now famous or infamous letting off steam party at former head of the OS group Randall Jessup's house. If you're an Amiga head, this is a thing of legend that everybody wishes they could have been there. And Jessup also blames Bill Sidnow, a man responsible for the PC Junior, who was brought in to head the engineering department, who backburned the new Amiga chipsets and moved forward with the failed Amiga 600, which was a cost-reduced version of the Amiga 500. Again, absolutely no point for this thing to exist, and it just created compatibility problems, both because of changes to the chipset, but also because they got rid of the keypad, and that just meant that a lot of games that needed the keypad just wouldn't work, and also some application software wouldn't work with it. It's just a freaking nightmare. But hey, it's the guy who made the PC Junior. What could possibly go wrong?
Right.
Yeah, so the article is quite good, especially for all the quotes that are in it. So if you want to read that, it's only one page, but it's really good. Link is in the show notes.
Very good. But it's not just the graphical chipset market that is experiencing a technological shift, as a Victor Max announces a CyberMax.
Oh, yeah. Everybody loves X's, right?
I assume that is the proper pronunciation, considering the double X in those words.
Yes. Victor Max with 2 X's and CyberMax with 2 X's. You got to find your trademark someplace. So, tired of waiting in long lines to pay $5 to play for 5 minutes on a $50,000 VR system in an arcade? Well, Victor Max Technologies has you covered with CyberMax, their $700 home VR system. It will ship with 3 games, 3Dware from Vertec International Corporation, Ghost Train from Synthetic Dimension, and a third as of yet unselected title.
Yeah, that's really interesting. You said at the top of the episode, when I was talking about how I took my foray into VR, that this was going to come back. And obviously we've already done a couple of VR stories, but this is the one that seems most on point, because this is definitely trying to do the whole thing that Oculus and Meta and all of these companies are trying to do today, kind of in this time period, which is bringing VR home as like this independent technology and independent system, rather than an arcade thing or a cheap headset that you're adding on to your Jaguar or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the acknowledgement that, it still needs a PC. This is still not going to be a standalone system, but yeah. But I also thought, the $700 price tag 30 years ago, obviously inflation being what it is, but the idea that that's sort of the price point we think people will pay for this is just very fun.
Yeah, that's a pretty steep price right there.
Yeah, I mean, $700 when you consider that, what machines were costing back then. But then again, I mean, a decent gaming rig at this point in time is going to put you back at least $1,200. So, I mean, it's not that unreasonable, I guess.
I suppose if you look at it that way, if you're, paying out for a top-of-the-line PC, you're probably going to not begrudge another $700, maybe. But yeah, VR is not exactly in a great place in terms of its entertainment value at this time, though, of course, either, which makes that a little bit more of a stretch.
Exactly, especially because the 3Dware is not really a game as such, and I think I looked it up, but the third title, they're so desperate for any content on this system, and it's just not there.
Yeah, but it's not just VR that's taking us into the third dimension, Carl, as mice go 3D.
Oh, yeah. Creative Labs has announced the Aero Mouse, a wireless mouse that uses infrared beams and a receiver to not only pinpoint the mouse's 2D position, but also its elevation.
Little Wii mode action going on here.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of many, many attempts to create a 3D mouse at this point in time. There's also another one with like a ball that you have to lift up and stuff. And when I was at Sabit, I also tried one of these things. We talked about that a few months ago.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just all these weird attempts to figure out, well, what are we going to do with 3D games moving forward? Because you got CAD systems, you've got VR, and you've got 3D games coming down the pipeline in a big way. And everybody's worried that the mouse as a 2D movement system is simply not going to be adequate. And yeah, I mean, until we get the double analog stick from the PlayStation, it's going to continue to be a bit of an issue.
Absolutely. Turning our attention to some computer game news then, as Microprose to bring Magic to PC.
Microprose has announced that they will be bringing the wildly popular Magic the Gathering collectible card game to PC in what Deborah Waller, VP of Marketing for Microprose, calls, quote, our first interactive multiplayer online computer product, and we are excited about entering this growing market. The overwhelming number of participants on our own consumer bulletin boards, as well as the popularity of the commercial online services, have shown that this is a very viable gaming market. End quote.
If only it had been an interactive multiplayer online product, Carl, then we might have had something here.
Yeah.
I mean, because they end up taking a very weird, RPG approach to it. Sid Meier works on it. I mean, I owned it as a kid. I mean, I am of the exact right age. You know, Magic blew up in my middle school and early high school years. So I was all about Magic at the time. So I did buy this game when it came out.
I'm very curious now because I was never a Magic kid and also did not play this. Now, I know it doesn't appear until 1997, so 3 years later. It does not have the online component. It's a Windows 95 game. And so what do you mean by they had a RPG element into it?
Well, it was basically an RPG game where you went around dueling creatures with your deck against their deck, winning. I can't remember if there was experience or not, but certainly winning, currency to get more cards and build up your deck more. It was a light RPG, was the primary game mode of the game.
Interesting.
It wasn't terrible, but it also wasn't very deep. Like, I played it a little and then you got kind of tired of it. Of course, also because of the huge lag here, there'd been a lot of expansions by 1997, and the game just shipped with like the core. I can't remember which edition of the core set that the game used. I can't remember if they used don't think that were there any moxes and stuff in it. It might not have been the initial release of the game. That it might have used like 3rd edition or 4th edition. It might have used 4th edition as its base. I can't remember. I'd have to look. But it didn't have any of the plethora of expansions that had come out for the card game, and so it felt kind of old and out of date in that sense, even from the moment it showed up. They did do one expansion where they added the first 2 expansions to the game, Arabian Nights and Antiquities. And then they finally they did a second expansion that added a small number of cards. It didn't add a full expansion's worth of cards, but added some cards. And I think at that point finally did get a multiplayer component in that second expansion. But it was just too little too late, because you know, it wasn't even the full game at that point, not even close to it, which, you know, took away some of the appeal in my mind as well.
Oh, that sucks. Now, did you ever play Magic Battle Mage?
No, I did not play that one.
Okay, yeah, because that's Acclaim releases that game around the same time. And I just thought it was kind of weird. I mean, this license, I'd love to know, you know, what Wizards of the Coast reaction was to Microprose not getting this product out. That Acclaim ends up with the rights to also make a game based off of Magic, but that their game is not actually a card game. It's a real-time strategy hybrid game.
Right.
And it's, you know, it must have been one of those, well, we'll do the consoleized version of it, but then they release it on PC. It's messed up.
Yeah. But, you know, I doubt Wizards of the Coast cared too much about any of that, because they were just printing money. It looked like they were printing cards at their factory, but really they were just printing money in their factory back in those days. I mean, my gosh, it's hard. I mean, I realize Magic still exists today and still gets expansions, and, you know, they've done a lot of licensing these days, like, you know, did a Lord of the Rings set and stuff like that, which they didn't used to do. But it's hard to describe what a phenomenon, you know, Magic was back in the day if you weren't there. It took over every hobby shop, every lunchroom,
comic book shop.
Every comic book shop. It was just everywhere. And I resisted it for a while. Some of my friends got into it before me because I knew once I started that, you know, I would just have to catch them all. And, you know, and my friends didn't get started at the very beginning either. So, like, none of us were around for alpha. So, you know, have like $40,000 Black Lotuses or anything like that. I do have some cards that have some value in them today. I mean, you know, they're not necessarily mint, but most of them are near mint. And, you know, I've got some cards today that are worth a little bit, but, you know, none of the huge ones. None of the ones that you can put a kid through college on.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I got back to the States just in time, and I remember everybody playing it in 95 and in the lunchroom, 94, 95 in my senior year of high school, and I was just like, yeah, I don't get it. And then when they announced that they bought TSR, I was like, okay, you made a lot of money. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Magic was a really fun, interesting strategic game when it started. What finally got me out of it is, you know, as you have this pressure to keep releasing expansion after expansion after expansion, you have to introduce new rules from time to time, new abilities and whatnot to keep it fresh, which is understandable. But it got to the point where they were starting in sets to have new abilities that, like, completely invalidated old cards. Like, you had to have the newest stuff to keep up with it. You know, one of the expansions introduced a concept called phasing on monsters, which was basically they could only be blocked by other phasing monsters. So it's like, or creatures rather, they're creatures, not monsters in the game. And so, yeah. So obviously if you have some phasing, if your opponent has some phasing creatures in their deck, then all of your creatures are now worthless unless you also have some counters to that. And it's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Well, I kind of figured that out relatively quickly when they were explaining the game to me. And I was like, so the person who spent the most money wins. And I remember one kid looking at me and was like, yeah, basically. I was like, okay, I'm out.
I mean, that's not always the case, in all honesty. Because there is finesse in building the decks, and there is some real skill and depth in building the decks, and you can, like, I had some very effective decks. I mean, not that I was ever a tournament player or anything, but I'm definitely not. But even just against my friends, I mean, I had some very effective decks that didn't necessarily always have expensive cards in them. You know, I mean, if you're good at deck building, you can make up a lot of ground, which is what makes it a little bit fair.
Yeah. But nobody with the basic the basic set is ever going to stand a chance.
Well, no, you do have to invest something in it.
There you go. Give me my good old D&D any day. But okay. Hey,
Indeed.
They just announced they were going to get the Magic the Gathering cinematic universe. So they're going to do both TV shows and movies. So that's coming.
Yeah, good for them. I certainly don't follow the lore. I mean, back when I played, there was lore sort of, but it was just kind of implied lore. I mean, there would be factions named on cards, and there'd be flavor text on some cards, and you could kind of craft some lore out of that flavor text, but they weren't going hard into the lore. It was more like, here's Easter eggs if you want to think about that. I know they've gotten a lot more into, the lore of the multiverse in Magic since then. So yeah, definitely, even though I was a player back in the day, I have no interest in a Magic cinematic universe. I don't care what the Phyrexians are up to or anything like that. Anywho, speaking of cinematic universes, another one has hit a spot of trouble in our timeline as Star Trek licenses are a mess.
Yeah, this one is for the weird file. So while multimedia is taking over and licenses seem to be on the rise, with Acclaim announcing Batman Forever as an arcade game, Star Wars getting a multimedia CD experience with never-before-seen footage, and Bill Cosby's Picture Pages being turned into a CD-ROM title, Star Trek should be a no-brainer. But instead of a clear path to CD fortunes, the license has been split up, with Interplay holding the rights to the original series, Spectrum Holobyte having the rights to the Next Generation, which just went off the air, and Paramount itself holding on to Deep Space Nine. So what will happen to the new crossover film that will combine both TOS and TNG? Well, Spectrum Holobyte has gotten the rights to that gem, those lucky dogs.
Oh, generations.
Yes. That was 2 hours of my life I'm never getting back. So
Indeed. I mean, I know there's a lot of problems with it, and there are a lot of problems, but the one that still bothers me the most, this is a tangent, I don't care, is that they just killed off Picard's whole family off screen just because, why not?
Yeah, because, it doesn't really matter.
Because
there's no emotional depth here. Yeah. It's Star Trek, right?
Well, I mean, it was to set up the story of loss and being able to get back what you lost. The whole thing about the Nexus and people craving. Like, I understand thematically why they kind of wanted to go there, but that was not the way to do it.
No. I mean, there was nothing about that movie which was the way to do it. I mean, there was no reason to have that crossover film. There was no reason.
Well, I just think they didn't have faith, which is not a good reason to do something. But I just don't think they had faith in the Next Generation cast to be able to carry a movie. They felt like they had to pass the torch, which, I disagree with. I mean, I don't think it was a good idea. But I think that has to be it. They just weren't convinced that the Next Generation cast could carry a movie in the way the original series cast had carried movies, more or less.
And when you think about it, they didn't really have faith in that the first time either, really. I mean,
well, no.
It was supposed to be a new TV show and then just turn the pilot into a film and blah, 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 blah. But it's all a mess. Interestingly enough, the Deep Space Nine game that Paramount was supposed to produce was called The Hunt. And I just actually, there's a great article, I'll link to it in the show notes over on Games That Weren't, about this. The developer of it, this game, The Hunt, was a point-and-click adventure game, but there were 4 different characters of different races that you could play trying to investigate a murder. And the game was supposed to follow completely different paths depending on which character you had chosen. And they were going to do the whole thing with hand-drawn 2D 2D artwork. So when you talk to characters, it was 2D drawings of the different characters from the show and all this stuff. And apparently they just pulled the plug on it. And then like a year later, they released a game done by Stormfront, the studio of friend of the show, Don Daglow. Mm-hmm. And that one essentially tries to do the same thing, but now it's reduced to only one character, and the whole thing is pre-rendered CGI that looks really, really terrible. And they called the game Harbinger.
Oh yes.
But curiously enough, that weird plastic box that Harbinger came in, it's the same weird plastic box that was advertised for The Hunt. So.
Hey, I'm just happy that we eventually got a live-action Klingon-focused game featuring Gowron, because you can never have enough Gowron in your Star Trek properties, as far as I'm concerned. He is my favorite Klingon. I will die on that hill.
You know what? I can't really disagree with you on that one. He is kind of awesome. It's clearly the politician who's just playing to the crowd and overdoing all of the I am Klingon tradition things, and it's just so awesome.
Yeah. And those eyes, man. I just love those eyes. I saw him at Dragon Con one year, Bob O'Reilly, the guy who plays him. And he did this thing, when he was introduced, when he came out on stage, he had sunglasses on, and he like raised, because that's not the way his eyes are naturally. Like that was actually an affectation he did for the character. So he raised his sunglasses and had the bulging eyes, and then lowered his sunglasses again, like as his way of walking on stage, and then he took them off like his eyes are perfectly normal. His eyes are not like that. That was a choice he made for playing Gowron, and I just find that delightful.
Awesome.
Anywho, way off on a tangent at this point. You can tell we've been doing this too long. Moving on now to our final computer game story, as 10 to bring SimCity online.
Optigon Interactive has announced an agreement with game publisher Maxis to bring their hit SimCity to Optigon's recently introduced Total Entertainment Network online service. 10 will also be able to bring other Maxis games online and sublicense these online-capable versions to other online services.
Yeah, this is something that I just, at the time of this recording, it hasn't been published yet, but just went into a little bit because we did an episode on PopCap games on my other podcast, and one of the founders of PopCap was from 10, which is why that connects. And this was a very interesting period in online gaming, because the internet was here, people had access to it, but nobody really knew what online entertainment was going to look like yet. And big publishers, by and large, don't like to jump into things that they don't know what they're going to look like yet. So the major publishers, computer game publishers, just punted on the whole internet thing at first. They were like, we don't want to deal with this. And so then entrepreneurs came along and it's like, hey, people are going to want to play this stuff over the internet. And so then they went around and struck licensing deals with the publishers to basically be their online host, to host the servers, to do the matchmaking, to develop and implement the online code for playing over TCP/IP. Like, they just ceded this part of the market to these third parties, and they very quickly took it back. Once Quake comes along and, kind of shows how you do this, the publishers started slowly taking this back. And so this was a really, really brief period in internet gaming history. But 10, the Total Entertainment Network, was very much at the forefront of this. And, grabbing SimCity, even though that's not a game that specifically screams multiplayer, it's a big franchise. And so, that's kind of a big deal. They also have the first one they got was Duke Nukem 3D, which was also a big deal at the time. Like, they're making the play to be the online hub. But of course, very quickly, the publishers reassert control over that. And so 10 goes into the whole casual game thing and eventually changes its name to Pogo. But for a brief moment, this was a viable business model on the internet to be a portal for multiplayer AAA experiences.
Yeah, and I think SimCity and the Maxis titles was a good choice because going online still costs a lot of money at this point. So going after a game that's going to appeal to a more mature audience, to sort of the, the 30 plus year olds, is a really smart move.
For sure. And that makes a perfect segue into our online news portion of this episode, beginning with the web becomes a scary place.
Oh, yes. An article in the Jerusalem Post about the dangers of online predators interacting with children through message boards and email is a good example of a growing awareness in the mass media of issues concerning the darker side of the web. Despite laws in the U.S. banning the transmission of child porn, the FBI currently doesn't monitor online bulletin boards, and email is given similar protections to postal mail. According to one specialist, there are about 25,000 private boards on the internet in the U.S.
And of course, it's much better today, right? We solved this one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nipped this one in the bud.
Yeah, totally. And the reason I really want to bring this up, like I said, there's a plethora of articles this month that I sifted through about the online component of this, or the online fear. And I'm only scratching the surface because my searches revolve around video games and computer games. Right. So all the articles that didn't even mention games didn't even show up in the list, but there were dozens of them. And so this is now, we're shifting, I think, it's almost as if the news outlets were like, okay, we've milked video game violence as well as we can for now. Oh, wait, there's this other thing over here. And of course, I mean, you got a couple of high profile example cases of the kids, dealing with perverts and stuff. And so suddenly this is a big one. It's going to be with us to this day. Just wait until social media hits people.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So the web is going to have that aspect of it, and chatting in games is going to be a great place for it.
Yeah, and it's so funny. I mean, as a contrast, Mortal Kombat and Night Trap come out. Games with, in the one case has some actual violent content. The other case doesn't really, but, gains a reputation for being a certain way. And suddenly everybody's attention is on that, and regulate. And, boards are set up and all of this stuff, and Congress is watching it. The internet is taking off at the same time, and it's mostly crickets. I know that there are some bills passed specifically around child protection, but there's never been the appetite to regulate the internet. When, and it doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter who's in power. There has never been an appetite to regulate the internet. And I just find that interesting.
Well, the problem with regulating the internet is that you're no longer going after corporate entities producing the content.
Yeah.
You're going after everyday people producing the content. And that just opens up a whole slew of problems. I mean, it's the same reason they never regulated what you could say over a telephone wire. I mean, you could have easily, when they introduced telephones, say, well, nobody's ever allowed to do any dirty talk over a telephone. That's going to be a crime. If you start telling somebody, hey, I'm wearing a negligee, especially if it's coming through my voice, that should be an offense. But no, they never try that in around the turn of the century, the teens, 20s, when they could. I mean, you get the Michigan J. Frog song, telephone. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Yes.
Where he's talking basically about, give me a call, booty call. It's basically a booty call song. That could have been regulated. Call girl was you call up a prostitute, they regulate very specific things, but only when they're dealing with what they consider a commercial enterprise.
Yeah.
I think it's just the realization that any attempt to even formulate what you're trying to ban immediately, even the most nut job politician is almost automatically going to hit that wall of what exactly am I going to be asking for?
Well, but it's not so much about the content. It's that, no, we don't listen to what people generally are saying on their phones. However, back in the day, I realize these days you have burner phones and all types of things, but back in the day, everybody had a phone number. And if you needed to investigate who was doing what, you could fall back on the fact that you had identifiers for people that you could trace fairly easily. And, it kind of floors me that, a lot of the problems with we don't need to get sidetracked, but anonymity causes a lot of the problems on the internet. And
I'm not talking all the problems. Well,
and I'm not talking about
right.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about a police state monitor what everyone is saying all the time in every forum. That's not what I'm talking about, because I'm not that. But it is way too easy to hide oneself on the internet.
Anonymity brings out the worst in people.
Oh, it does. I mean, it brings out the worst in me too. I mean, I am definitely in anonymous forums of different person sometimes than I ever would be if my name were attached to it. I mean, not in horrible, shocking, awful ways, but yeah, I mean, I'm more confrontational. I'm more angry sometimes,
Of course. I mean, it's if you're face to face with somebody, you're not going to react the same way. You're going to try to be civilized. We would function much better as a society if we actually had to stand face to face to people. And I agree with you on that stance. But yeah, you're right. They just completely dropped the ball on this one. It just goes completely by, and then you end up with a President Musk. Okay, now moving on.
Indeed. Now, from the serious to the ridiculous, as Sillywood goes online.
You mean from the ridiculous to the serious. Okay. The Walt Disney Company, Ameritech Corporation, Bell South Corporation, and Southwestern Bell Corporation announced on August 8th that they had signed a memorandum of understanding that set forth principles for the formation of a joint venture to develop, market, and deliver traditional and interactive video programming to consumers. The video service that they plan to build a business plan for could ultimately deliver more than just normal broadcast content, but also movies on demand, interactive home shopping, educational programs, games, travel assistance, and more. A common interface for accessing these services would also be developed.
I think I have that service. This is Disney Plus, right?
Well, and this is the weird thing. As far as I can tell, absolutely nothing comes of this. And that's kind of why I left the language the way I did with, it's a memorandum and they're going to form a business plan and all this stuff. It doesn't come to fruition, but it's interesting to see that 30 years ago, they're thinking this is exactly what we need. Yeah. The one thing that's missing that Disney Plus doesn't have, which Netflix has incorporated, is the interactive aspect of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the idea that you don't just get your video content, but you can also get interactive video programming or downloadable games through the service and so forth. That's still missing from this. From Disney Plus today.
Sure,
I mean, we
absolutely.
used to had Disney.com had a bunch of games on it, but
yeah,
but it was interesting just to see that Disney was that forward thinking at this moment, but they probably just came to the assessment that it just wasn't a viable project or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Frank Pierce died in a helicopter crash, and then Disney was never the same till they got rid of Eisner. I'm not saying that that's directly why they abandoned this. They probably abandoned this because it just wasn't feasible. But this is kind of at the tail end, is all I'm saying, of Disney's kind of innovative, adventuresome phase under Eisner. Because once Pierce goes down in that helicopter, it turns out Eisner wasn't the one that was the genius in the running of that company. But read Disney Wars if you want to know more about that, by James Stewart. Great book. I hope I said the title right. Our Department of Corrections will tell us if I didn't.
I'll put a link in the show notes.
Anywho, we move on now to the return of a classic as Fujitsu brings Habitat. Remember that one, kids? Back to USA.
Fujitsu will be bringing Lucasfilm Games' Habitat back to the USA via its U.S. software subsidiary, One System Solution. The online multiplayer game, first introduced in Japan in 1990, has enjoyed great success in Japan on Fujitsu's Nifty Serve online service with over 10,000 users.
I got to admit, I didn't realize this happened. I mean, I knew that Fujitsu had taken it in Japan and that it did well in Japan, but I didn't actually realize that they brought it back to the United States.
Oh, yeah, they did bring it back. I'm not quite sure how successful it was, but I do know that it gets several more iterations and changes its name at some point.
Club Caribe, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it few years back when we were still doing the 20-year jumps. There was one last revision of it or something 10 years after.
Oh, yeah.
Or 8 years after.
No,
this.
And I knew all of that. I just didn't know that it was also in the U.S. again. I hadn't realized that they had brought it back to the U.S. as part of all of that.
Yeah, and in the news article, they actually talked about how they were working with Lucasfilm or LucasArts at this point.
Yeah.
With some of the OG developers to bring it back.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Now we move on to the true purpose of the internet as computer porn outpacing UK lawmakers.
Atari ST User Magazine has a follow-up on their computer porn article from a year ago, which discusses how lawmakers have not really moved against the growing wave of online porn. Many forms of porn, especially hardcore porn, are illegal in the UK, but the laws governing such things are restricted to their storage on, quote, chips or cartridges, end quote, which, according to the article, means that downloads from foreign servers or distribution on CD-ROM is still legal. A major hurdle for legislation is the fear that monitoring phone line communications would be both impractical and violate privacy rights. One loophole that has been closed since the magazine's first article is that of composite images. An amendment to the Criminal Justice and Public Order Bill allows for prosecution for possession of images that have been digitally altered to make them become illegal, such as altering a photo of an adult to make them look like a child.
I mean, UK lawmakers, if you find you're being outpaced by the computer porn, I think just building up a rhythm is important. If you just keep a slow, steady rhythm going, I think you can catch up to the porn here. Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
This is the high quality entertainment your patrons pay for, Carl, right here.
Just keep those hits coming at just the right rhythm. Okay, now. So, number one, I'm still checking Atari ST User Magazine every month. So even though the machine has been discontinued, then again, I'm also checking Amiga magazines and that machine has been discontinued. So, gotta love it. But, so this was just a good example. Again, legislation all over the place, and this was just such a good article. It's an interesting read for everybody because it's like a 4-page article that really delves into the legislative process and what were some of the considerations at the time and how the changing technology was really making making the decisions on this stuff very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
very, very
link
interesting.
in the show notes.
But while lawmakers don't quite know how to tackle porn in the UK, they are turning their attention to other areas around the internet as Labour promises telecommunications reform.
The UK Labour Party has promised, should they come to power, that they would lift the ban prohibiting British Telecom and Mercury Communications from offering broadcast entertainment services on their telephone networks. This ban stems from the Thatcher era and was intended to give private cable television companies an incentive to build up the infrastructure necessary for cable TV in the UK. The possibility of streaming video over telephone lines as well as other digital offerings is the main reason for the desired change. Mercury Communications and its parent company Cable and Wireless operate primarily in Hong Kong, but are now thinking of expanding their existing UK offerings with a networked computer game service. They have already purchased the rights to several titles, including Air Warrior, and hope to have it up and running by the end of the year. Both BT and Mercury are investing in the development of video streaming tech in the hopes of entering that business in the next 3 to 4 years if the laws change.
Yeah, I would say that Mercury Communications is probably feeling a little bit of pressure to expand out of the Hong Kong market and into the main British market for reasons.
There is that little handover coming down the pipeline. Yes, that is definitely a part of this. And the games that they purchase, like Air Warrior, are all Kesme titles.
Yep.
So they're licensing games that are already ready to go for an online service. And the other interesting thing here is just the fact that the idea of streaming video over telephone lines is really starting to percolate. I mean, nobody has really figured out how they're going to do it yet, but everybody's like, okay, this is coming. Everybody wants to be. We talked about this a month or two ago when we talked about how in France, everybody's going gaga. There's the general European Union laws changing regarding deregulation of the telecom systems and getting the governments out of it. Now, that process has already happened in England. That happened during the Thatcher era, but still, it's just this general idea. The telecom industry is about to change, and laws are being set in motion that will allow for this free-for-all. And it goes a little bit towards your point from earlier about, why was nobody trying to regulate this? Because everybody's in this deregulation mode.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true.
It's a general worldwide deregulation mode that's going to lead us to the 2008 crisis. Glass-Steagall. But it's just this cumulative effect is happening.
Absolutely. But this free-for-all isn't going well for everybody on the other side of the pond as interactive TV license purchasers default.
At the end of September, the Federal Communications Commission in the United States auctioned off licenses to a wide variety of broadcast bandwidth, netting them between $50 and $90 billion, according to estimates. While a large sum went up for cellular broadband rights, Broadcast Interactive rights also brought in a tidy sum of $215 million, mostly from tech firms hoping to compete against wired or cable companies in this emerging market. Many were inexperienced and may have overbid, as many of those bids have yet to be paid and defaults appear inevitable. And so, the weird thing here is that this category of interactive TV gets its own section of the bandwidth, of the broadcast bandwidth. Nobody quite knows what the hell it means yet. Nobody quite knows what that tech is going to do, but They took this chunk out, separate from cellular, separate from television and radio, and they just sold it off. And there were these tech companies, these startups who were like, yeah, we'll bid. And most of them are just sitting there like, oh, wait, we have to pay for it now? Can't we give you stock? And the FCC's like, no, we want our money. We want it now, bitch.
Thankfully, everyone learned their lesson from this, so that when a bunch of companies decided to monetize the internet, we wouldn't have the same problem of a bunch of inexperienced companies with no real business plan spending huge amounts of money to do things that would not pan out. So glad we nipped it in the bud here before the .com era.
Well, this might be a less teachable moment, because what nipped this in the bud was the fact that they actually had to pay some money up front to get it up and running, as opposed to, we'll just, do it on the stock market.
Yeah, it's fine. The business plan says we're supposed to lose money for 10 years. It's okay.
It's almost like government regulating stuff prevents people from doing stupid things.
Oh, there's a thought. There's a thought.
And as long as we don't have anybody that's coming from that stupid things market making government decisions, we should be okay, right?
Absolutely. I hate my life. Our final online story takes us back across the pond once again as Acorn enters set-top box markets.
British computer maker Acorn has announced that they will be licensing their ARM chips currently being used in their Archimedes and RISC PC computers for the soon-to-be booming set-top box market. They foresee a huge advantage over their main competitor, Apple, because their RISC-based processors are much cheaper, especially in the quantities expected to be needed, and have experience with multimedia applications through their machines. They are expecting, quote, field trials with one or more of the emerging major interactive multimedia service providers, possibly involving hundreds or even a few thousand Acorn set-top box units, end quote, by the end of the year. Acorn's ARM Limited subsidiary, which was formed 3 years ago to license out ARM chips to third parties, is already more profitable than its parent company, and the set-top box business could create yet another highly profitable subsidiary for Acorn.
Yeah, Acorn recognizing, like, obviously the set-top box market ends up being a short-lived fad, but Acorn recognizing that there was going to suddenly be a need for cheap, efficient processors for multimedia related devices, and jumping headfirst into those markets turns out to be a pretty good read on what you should be doing with ARM processors.
Exactly. I mean, they know that they're not going to have to do these. I mean, they've been running machines that do multimedia for years. The Archimedes is famous for its graphic capabilities and so forth. Yep. They know what it takes to run a machine that isn't going to have to, run a massive server farm, or that's, trying to figure out the nuclear mass of new particles or whatever. They're just there to put dots on the screen and stuff, take data that's coming in, process it out, and so forth. They know what this is. It's the beauty of a company that has practical experience making products as well as chips.
Yeah.
And that synergy is really leading the design work here. And let's face it, Apple has never had to make a product that was actually affordable.
Yeah. Right? Very true.
Whereas the RISC PC's entire selling point is it's cheaper than a regular PC. Yeah. So, there is there is institutional knowledge in this company that has not been bought out at this point by anybody. It hasn't been massively overturned. A lot of the OG people are still there.
Yeah.
So, again, something that can't really be said of Apple at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And ARM is going to take over the world. Acorn is going to take over the world with the ARM processor. And, this is the beginning of it. Even though set-top boxes don't matter, like, recognizing where that ARM processor fits into the grander scheme of developing technologies, that's going to pay off ridiculous dividends in, a decade.
Exactly. Oh, well, even before that, I mean, they're already turning a profit. So even as the Archimedes and the RISC PC businesses are dying, the future for the company is set.
Absolutely. Turning our attention then to publishing news, Ziff Davis buys Compute.
Venerable computer magazine Compute has been purchased by publisher Ziff Davis Consumer Media Group. The September 1994 issue of Compute will be its last, and subscribers will be offered the option of receiving Computer Life or Family PC. J. Scott Briggs, president of the Consumer Media Group and publisher of Computer Life, explained that in the ever-growing computer market, a magazine that tries to be all things to all users can't survive, and Compute, which was born when the market was much simpler, could no longer survive. The two new Ziff Davis publications will piggyback on Compute's existing subscriber base of 248,000 and take some of its 43,000 newsstand sales. Computer Life will be a lifestyle magazine for computer enthusiasts, while Family PC is a cooperation with the Walt Disney Company and will be more family-oriented.
Yep, this is the consolidation that you're going to see in the computer and video game magazine industries, much to their detriment in the United States over the next few years. Jack of all trades doesn't work anymore. Everything's getting more niche, but a niche publication isn't necessarily going to have the reach in newsstands and bookstores to be profitable on its own. So the only way to make that work is to have the big publisher that has multiple lines and can offer multiple magazines and multiple niches to all of these distributors and retailers to keep going. And so, it's kind of sad, but we are going to see the independent publishers in this space just vanish and get consolidated into 2 or 3 major players, including Ziff Davis here.
Exactly. And the idea that they had 248,000 subscribers but only 43,000 newsstand sales.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a real hardcore base for Compute. I mean, this magazine still had its program listings in it. Okay. Yeah. And it also came out in multiple editions depending on which system you had. So there was a chunk of the magazine that was completely different depending on what you were subscribing to. So the ones that are online are almost all for the C64. So they still had a version of Compute that had a huge chunk in the back just dedicated to the C64, which, I mean, is insane, but at the same time made sure that it was really appealing to a very specific audience.
Mm-hmm.
And, Computer Life and Family PC are not going to have that longevity.
No, absolutely not. But, that hardcore audience is fading into the background for all the reasons that we've talked about. I mean, obviously they're still there, but as a percentage of the overall market, it's shrinking because the PC has become so mainstream. Everybody is using them at work now. Half of everybody has brought them into their own homes as well. And that hardcore audience is just diminished, not because it's gone away, but because everything around it has just grown so much.
And it's kind of ironic because it's just at the same moment when the online services are taking off. So the general public is just going to start getting their stuff from the web.
Yeah, for sure.
But the hardcore people are the ones that probably still would have liked to have that physical publication, and they're suddenly not going to have any publications available to them.
Indeed. Indeed. Meanwhile, on the video game side of things, teenage reviewers are on the rise.
A new breed of games journalists is beginning to emerge. Teenagers who, through newspaper columns, fanzines, and freelance writing in magazines like GameFan and Wired, are beginning to become tastemakers in the multi-billion-dollar industry. The fact that many of these writers are underage makes flying them out to launch parties or junkets without their parents hard for game publishers, to say nothing of the age gaps between them and the corporate PR people. Perrin Kaplan, corporate communications manager at Nintendo, said, quote, "You get in these situations where you feel like, geez, I could be your mother, but you try not to think about that because it makes you depressed," end quote.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, because there's kind of a new teen culture emerging around video games. I mean, you know, there was very briefly a teen culture in video games back during the golden age, but, you know, as we talked about, that was very quickly eclipsed by MTV and John Hughes movies and all those things that caused people to move on. And when video games came back, you know, I know in some ways they never went away, you know, to all the C64 stands out there, but, you know, when video games came back, you kind of had Nintendo was for kids, like the 6 to 12 market, and most of the PC stuff in the United States, you know, I'm not talking about Europe here, just the United States, was really for adults, you know, for 20-somethings and 30-somethings. And now suddenly there's kind of this new teen culture emerging around games. I mean, the Sega Genesis has brought some of that in the home, but also Doom is now bringing a lot of that in the PC. And so it kind of makes sense that they're kind of tapping into this, you know, at this point, where it hasn't been much of a thing before, you know, specific examples like Russell Stovall or whatever his name was, you know, aside as weird exceptions back in the day.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, you really feel how the game companies are feeling the pressure, because we talked about it a couple months ago. Nintendo launched their new ad campaign. What was it? The Nintendo, the one that edgy ad campaign that they had, where it's like
play loud, play it loud, yeah.
Play it loud, yeah. They're trying to find that teenage voice, and we talked about it when we reported on it, that, you know, that even the PR people were like, you know, the worst thing we could do is come off as old people trying to sound young.
Right. Well, yeah. And then there's just the rising distrust in popular culture. You know, I mean, there's the general theme that teenagers don't trust adults. But yeah, it feels like in Reagan's more conservative America, the pop culture got away from that for a while, right? I mean, you had Family Ties and The Cosby Show and these shows about functioning families where the teenagers looked up to their parents and that kind of thing. And now we've moved on to The Simpsons and
Married with Children.
Married with Children. Exactly. And we're back to this idea that, you know, parents just don't understand and teenagers see the world in this different way. And it's a disaffected and kind of angry Generation X that we're talking about here. And so that voice is becoming very different, and there's a need to capture this voice, as you said, because the voice of authority, which very briefly in the Reagan years kind of came back into a little bit of vogue, is definitely on the outs again, as it normally is, quite frankly.
Exactly, and you know, it all smells a little bit like Teen Spirit.
Indeed. Entertain us, Carl. Entertain us.
And why do I have all I have are the lyrics to Smells Like Nirvana in my head. Okay.
And speaking of entertaining us, computer game book rights up for grabs.
The burgeoning market for multimedia games has caught the eye of traditional book publishers hoping to replicate the success of movie adaptations by marketing books based on video games. Of course, the big problem is that no one quite knows what the market for such books will be, making bidding on the rights difficult for publishers. Quote, nobody's really tapped this market yet, and it's either going to be really huge or fall completely flat, end quote, was how one publisher described this new genre of books. Novelizations of films and TV shows typically don't sell that well in the US, but do very well abroad, which is why so many get made. But since foreign sales of advanced computer games are harder to estimate, overseas the initial investment is hard to justify. The agency representing the rights to Myst is pitching a 3-book deal for millions of dollars, and the original creators of the game, Robin and Rand Miller, would write the books together with author James Lilacs. I'm not quite sure how that's pronounced.
Something like that.
The first 5 chapters of the first book have already been submitted to a dozen publishers in Manhattan. Insiders claim that a $7 million deal was almost finalized with William Morrow, but then fell through. The agency shopping the book rights to Doom is simply looking for a publisher to buy the rights and create their own book.
And before we talk about that, I think we should probably go on to our next headline because we have some breaking news on this front as Disney gets Myst rights.
Yes, Disney's Hyperion publishing unit has purchased the rights to 3 Myst novels for an undisclosed 7-figure sum, and Disney proper is negotiating the movie rights with the game's creators.
Yeah, I mean, these stories are interesting. I mean, it's really obviously not much of this goes anywhere. I mean, yeah, some books are released, but I mean, it never becomes that big a thing. I mean, for certain games it does. I mean, Mass Effect had tie-in novels. Every so often there's a game franchise where, people get a little interested, but it is a recognition that computer games are big business now because there's a push to go transmedia with them that really hasn't existed very much before this, which just kind of speaks to the way that the market segment is maturing, I think.
Oh, definitely. I mean, well, you had a whole bunch of Wing Commander novels.
Oh, I read all of those. I own all of those Wing Commander novels.
You and me both, my friend. You and me both.
And then he went off and did a bunch of novels with Newt Gingrich.
Are those the ones where the girl gets raped by the bear in the cage?
I want to make sure I'm not slandering anybody, but I believe Bill Forston is the one who collaborated with Gingrich. I loved those Wing Commander books, though.
Oh yeah, no, they were great.
Yes, he did write a series of Civil War alternate history books with Newt Gingrich. William Forston. I thought he did, but I just realized I should make absolutely sure of that before I start. I start saying that.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're right. Some of these franchises are there, and it really is an acknowledgement. Number one, this is big business. Number two, just the sheer idea that the content that can be used to become transmedia can originate in games as opposed to, a movie licensed game, which everybody kind of accepts. We had those already all the way back in the 2600 days. That is a shift. And I think it really shows just how much the traditional media companies are afraid that interactive media is going to supplant them, that nobody is going to want to watch a movie if you can't decide what happens.
Right. But yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. I mean, I know obviously Myst was a very popular game, but 7 figures changed hands, probably close to that $7 million deal that almost happened with William Morrow. I mean, obviously we don't know that for sure, but you figure since it reached 7 figures, it was probably around the same amount of money. That's something for a computer game that has basically no characters in it.
Yeah, I think the first book is like a prequel that explains the history of the two brothers.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Stuff.
I think you're right.
But it probably also had to do with the fact that they were negotiating the movie rights, so that probably sweetened the deal. It's like, we're not just going to sell the book rights, but now we're also potentially selling movie rights.
Indeed. Moving on, I don't know why this is exactly in publishing, really, but I'm not the one who does the categories.
It'll become clear in just a moment.
That's fair. Stormfront to simulate strike season.
The baseball strike has left a lot of fans high and dry, but don't fear. A friend of the show, Don Daglow's Stormfront Studios will be calculating the results of the unplayed games using their game Tony La Russa Baseball. The results will be published online for all to read. Okay. According to Daglow, quote, the computer simulation model is every at-bat for every player. It knows if a pitcher gives up more ground balls or fly balls, whether a hitter pulls the ball, is a spray hitter, or strokes the ball to the opposite field. It knows how the ball bounces on artificial turf or natural grass, and how Denver's high altitude and the winds at Wrigley Field affect the flight of the baseball. With all these factors accurately modeled, we'll have a scientific basis for predicting how teams like the Astros will fare in the coming weeks, end quote. Stormfront has teamed up with sports stat company Stats Inc., an accounting firm, and fellow baseball sim makers Stratomatic and Purse the Pennant. And this stuff is not just showing up online, because Nintendo gets into the action as well with a simulated season using their Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball game for the Super NES in what they are calling the NNSBL, the Nintendo No Strike Baseball League. And those results are getting published in newspapers.
Yeah, because that's a super accurate game with a highly sophisticated model. I think it's Pursue the Pennant, though. I think you have a typo there.
Oh, Pursue the Pennant. Yeah, not you're right. Pursue the Pennant.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Obviously, Tony La Russa Baseball was kind of the gold standard at the time for a kind of a statistical model of baseball. It doesn't mean it necessarily holds up to what Out of the Park baseball can do today, but it was really trying to be an in-depth simulation. King Griffey Jr., I love it. I had it on my Super NES and played it all the time. It is not the most stat-based, data-based simulation. Let me tell you, this has nothing to do with that, though. Let me tell you my King Griffey Jr. story, though. Because, I was a huge baseball fan, and that was the baseball game on the Super Nintendo. And I didn't have a Sega Genesis. I preferred World Series baseball, and I would play that at friends' houses. But, I didn't have a Genesis, so King Griffey is what I was stuck with. King Griffey Jr. had a Major League license, but didn't have a Players Association license.
Oh.
However, it had a name editor in the game, and it had the real stats for the players. And I had the Streets and Smiths 1994 book that had all of because this was before, you go to baseballreference.com and just get the stats. I had a book that had the stats of all of the players from 1993. So, some players I just knew who they were. I didn't have to look them all up one by one, but I used that book and correlating the teams and the stats with the players, and I went through and I edited every single player on every single team in my copy to have the real names.
Damn.
I love baseball.
You would have to do that.
The only exception, of course, was Ken Griffey Jr. himself. He was really in there because it was, after all, Ken Griffey Jr. Presents Major League Baseball. It would be kind of odd to not have Ken Griffey Jr. named and acknowledged in the game.
I hear you.
Good times. And now we close with a little bit of history publishing news as Leonard Herman releases Phoenix.
EGM2 reports that Leonard Herman has written a new book, Phoenix, The Rise and Fall of Home Video Games. The book's 24 chapters cover the evolution of game hardware from 1970 to 1993, including chapters on VR and multimedia. Just send $14 to Leonard in New Jersey. The book ships in August.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a landmark moment. It is, as far as I know, the first book that is truly, fully, 100% dedicated to chronicling some aspect of video game history, in its totality. I mean, there had been video game history books during the Golden Age, but it was like nobody thought that topic could stand alone. So books like Video Invaders that did have some good history in them were like half history, half here's how you beat the latest arcade games. Like, video game history wasn't standing alone. And you had a couple of company histories. You had Zap, which chronicled Atari in 1984. You had David Sheff's very famous Game Over that is out by this point. But they're covering specific businesses and are more fascinated with how these companies rose and, in the case of Atari, fell from a business perspective than they are with video games as a medium. This is the first time that somebody has actually gone and tried to do that. And, there's something to be said for that. Now, it's very much a chronicle, in the true sense of the word. Because what Leonard did then and what he still does, he's in the final stages of proofing Phoenix 5 as we record here. We're friends on Facebook. I've talked to him a little bit. I think I'm in the acknowledgments in Phoenix 4. But we don't know each other well, but I mean, we have conversed a little bit. It really is just a book of, in 1973, this system was released, and then this system was released, and then this special controller was released. It's not really trying to explain how video games came to be or how they became a cultural phenomenon or how the technology, outside of the video game technology changed or how the business changed. It's, but it's not trying to be those things either. So, I mean, it's not a failure for that because it never claims that it's that. It is purely a chronicle, but it is the first time that someone has stood up and said, hey, I'm going to publish, and the first one was self-published, I am going to publish a book that is specifically just about the history of video games. So that is a moment in time, for sure.
No, definitely. And I have a copy of the second edition. Signed by him, picked it up at Classic Gaming Expo back in Vegas.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It doesn't try to be that, but it's such a important moment of let's try to nail down some of these things as fact. And it definitely, it doesn't get everything right, but it's the beginning of what we do nowadays.
It truly is. And there was care behind it. He really went out of his way to track down every single obscure system and every single obscure peripheral. So there was some real care behind it, even if that care was just in that one specific area of, I want to make sure I don't miss any of these things that had been released. So, he's taking it seriously, and it's a passion project for him. It's not just, kids are playing these video games, let's give them a cute little history as well as some tips on how to beat them. Or, geez, these businesses really went through some interesting rises and falls. We should chronicle these businesses. And, in Game Over's case, even it's a little bit partisan in a way, because it's like, what is this Japanese thing that is, enthralling our children? It's almost part of, even though Sheff himself writes it pretty neutrally in that regard, like all the marketing around it and even the name of it, Game Over is about, chronicling just one more aspect of how Japan is completely owning the United States economically, which was very much a topic in the late 80s and early 90s until the total collapse of the bubble economy. This is really about, hey, video games are cool. The history of video games is interesting. Like, this is a topic that can stand on its own. We don't need to justify it in some other way by, oh, this is a crazy business story. Oh, the Japanese are coming, or, oh, this is, this isn't enough on its own. So here's also how you beat Pac-Man. It's the first time that someone is recognizing that video game history is worthy of chronicling, apart from all of that other stuff.
Very true. Very true.
So yeah, definitely a pioneer.
And at $14, good value.
Absolutely. Plus postage.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
'Cause you have to send it, so $14 plus postage. Anywho, we end with only one legal story this month, which is Nintendo ordered to pay $208 million.
A federal judge in New York has ordered Nintendo of America to pay $208.3 million for infringing on the patents of now defunct Alpex Computer Corporation. This follows findings by a jury in June that Nintendo had infringed patents now held by Alpex's creditors stemming from 1977. The plaintiffs had asked for $400 million, or 12% of total sales from 1985 to 1992, but Nintendo was not found to have willfully infringed the patent, and thus the lower amount was awarded.
Yeah, there are a lot of these Alpex cases, just like there were a lot of Magnavox cases, patent cases. This is a bit of a patent trolley situation. Alpex Computer Corporation did, back in the day, create the first system that combined a central CPU and swappable ROM-based memory, which, then was packaged in a cartridge form, as a way of delivering video game content. That's absolutely true. And then, of course, they licensed that technology to Fairchild Cameron Instrument, which put out the Fairchild Channel F. However, as you kind of point out in the headline, Alpex at this point is long defunct. Like, this isn't really Alpex anymore. So it's people that have bought out the remaining rights that Alpex had and are just going to town on everybody to collect on those patents that nobody at the company anymore had any part in creating or exploiting commercially. So it's very patent trolly, but the patents themselves are real. That part of it's not patent trolly, because they really did do that first from a legal perspective, and maybe even on an overall perspective. But even if not, from a legal perspective, those are definitely the earliest patents, and they really did it, and it was exploited commercially. It's not just, oh, I had this random idea for motion control in the lab, and even though I never made a product from it, Nintendo made a motion control sensor, so I'm going to sue them. The patents are legitimate, even if the company that exists at this point is not really.
Yeah, definitely true. And we talked about this ruling a couple months ago when it first came down. Obviously, the big amount of money, the $208 million, which, let's face it, Nintendo at this point could pay this without even breaking a sweat, but still.
Right.
Did catch a ton of newspaper headlines. Now,
because someone beat Nintendo.
Exactly.
They're not going to stay beat. Spoiler alert. But even somebody winning round one against Nintendo is pretty huge news, because Nintendo doesn't tend to lose in court.
Just ask Jack Tramiel. Now, Nintendo asked the court to vacate the judgment and vowed to appeal the judgment if the judgment isn't vacated, according to the August 8th edition of Ad Day. It does not get vacated in the first instance. It does get vacated later, I believe, but we'll talk more about that when we get to it.
Yeah, that's one of the cases I want to see. Unfortunately, New York got rid of a lot of its cases. Most of them are gone at the district court level from before a certain year. They did a massive purge, but they kept some cases that were particularly important, including particularly important for patents. So the Alpex v. Nintendo case still exists, like the district court case still exists in Lee's Summit, Missouri. So that's one that I hope to be able to get access to at some point. If it's not sealed like so many Nintendo cases are, my goodness. The entire Nintendo versus or Atari Corp versus Nintendo, the entire case is sealed. Like,
really?
Right. They didn't just seal the testimony and evidence that had confidential or proprietary information and trade secrets in it, which is typical. They sealed the entire case.
What the?
Yeah.
How did they pull that off?
They're Nintendo, man.
Jesus.
And there's been some effort. I don't know what the latest is. The Video Game History Foundation was working with a lawyer pro bono to try to get that unsealed because there really isn't any point to it anymore.
Yeah.
There are no trade secrets in there from 30 years ago that would do any harm. And, we're also, I say we, I was very, very tangentially involved, but we were also going with the public interest argument, which is always good to throw before a court, that with so much discussion these days around monopolies with Apple in the App Store and companies like Microsoft buying big publishers like Activision, like there's a public interest in having access to information on alleged monopolies in video game media in the past. So, trying the public, but it's been kind of start and stop, and I don't think they've gotten that far with it, and like the lawyer was like, their third choice. Nobody wants to go up against Nintendo. Like the first person they contacted, I think, had an actual conflict of interest with Nintendo. The second person they contacted was like, I don't work for Nintendo, but someday I may want to. So no, I am not filing this motion for you.
Wow.
It's Nintendo, man. But anyway, if this case is not sealed, this is one that I would love to see in its entirety in Lee's Summit, Missouri, which is where the New York federal court cases reside at the NARA facility.
Yeah, hopefully someday. Hopefully.
Indeed. Well, we were going to do it. It was going to be myself, our good old Department of the Corrections, Ethan, and Norm Caruso, the video game historian, or the games historian, gaming historian. Get it right. The gaming historian, because Lee's Summit is a suburb of Kansas City, which is where Norm lives. And we called it Operation Desert Norm. We were going to converge from three directions. Ethan from Chicago, myself from St. Louis, Norm like driving 20 minutes. And we were going to do that, Carl, in the summer of 2020. This was going to happen.
Yeah. I wonder why that didn't take place then.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Okay. There will be a time for this. So, this ends our episode. We have no more stories. But you, sir, still have an obligation for you.
No, sir, you still have an obligation.
I have an obligation. Oh, you're right. The quote of the month. And there were some choice ones, and we've read several of them already. But I think this one encapsulates everything. And this is from Gilman Louie, Spectrum Holobyte, founder or co-founder? Does he have a co-founder?
So he was not one of the founders of Spectrum Holobyte.
Oh.
That's corporate shenanigans. He was the founder of Nexa, which was merged with Spectrum Holobyte by Kevin Maxwell to form the Sphere Group, and that's when he became a part of Spectrum Holobyte.
Perfect.
So he was the CEO for many, many years, but he was not one of the founders.
Gotcha. Okay, so Gilman Louie, CEO of Spectrum Holobyte, said at a press conference in Munich, quote, "The typical multimedia application is what we call spinachware. Everybody says it's good for you, but nobody likes to eat it. We'd rather do exciting games." End quote.
I mean, he's so right. I mean, I couldn't have put this better myself.
Yeah.
Smart guy, Gilman Louie. Went on to work for the CIA, I believe, after he was done toying with video games. Yeah, like as a contractor, I think. Like I don't think he was part of the agency of the family, but yeah. No, he went on to do like national security stuff because he's like a genius.
Cool.
And he is so right here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this just encapsulates this entire multimedia FMV craze that's going on. And he's like, no, we're just not going to do that. We're not going to fall down that rabbit hole. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So, oh well. Then again, Spectrum Holobyte, I mean, isn't their best days are kind of behind them as well at this point. So there's not a whole lot coming from them. So now that I've done my task, it is your turn, sir, to give us the word of the episode.
Well, Carl, this one was hard. This one was truly hard. Not just saying that to like build up to it. And because we were talking about this before we started recording, this month is just a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of nothing, really. There aren't really any really big stories to speak of. There are a couple of mini trends here, like some of the telecommunications stuff, but there isn't really a big overall trend. And that makes it kind of hard to tie it all up in a single word or phrase. So, I mean, I think I really have to lean into that and say that the word of the episode is pause. Because right now, everyone is basically holding their collective breath. We know the PlayStation and the Saturn are about to hit in Japan. Nintendo has just announced, officially like made their project reality more concrete by naming it the Ultra 64 and giving it a release date. We have companies that are trying to move into areas of emerging technology, whether that be the telecommunications stuff, the VR stuff, 3D mice, whatever. But it feels like we're right in the middle of what I like to call, the crash that almost was, or the crash that never was. And it feels like everyone is just waiting to see what's actually going to happen so that they can fully commit to that. So it almost feels like this month was a pause where everyone is just kind of gathering their forces and waiting to see where they need to send them.
That is actually brilliant because, that's the feeling you get at this point. Nobody quite knows where it's going. And I think that there's going to be a lot of winners and a lot of losers coming out of this. And nobody quite knows who that's going to be.
Absolutely.
So, okay. Please remind everybody where they can find your fine work.
As always, that would be theycreateworlds.com, primarily the podcast, podcast.theycreateworlds.com, also available on our YouTube page. We recently took a look at Donkey Kong at the time of this recording and how new research has kind of invalidated the old stories that have been passed down for years and years and years from the older sources, and are about to dive, as I said a little earlier in this episode, into PopCap games and kind of the whole casual gaming phenomenon that they helped kick off at the beginning of the 2000s. Rare 21st century episode for us.
Very nice. Very, very nice. And remember, everybody, if you'd like to support the show, $1 a month. I know times are tough. I understand. And also check out all my interview episodes. The final part of my Graham Bayliss interview is already up on Patreon, but it will be posted here very, very soon. And like I may have already mentioned, I got 4 more of these already in the can, and several more coming down the pipeline. So check in with that. And also the video versions of the 7 Minutes in Heaven are now available for everyone over on the YouTube channel. So please check those out. By the time this goes out, I think the last old Patreon exclusive has now been freed up and made available for everyone on YouTube. So, with that being said, have fun.